At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream sub-holding, refining and petrochemical sub-holding, commercial and trading sub-holding, gas sub-holding, power and new renewable energy sub-holding, and integrated marine logistics sub-holding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia. And as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions, PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new Forest Positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk, With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
I'm really delighted to see you all here for this discussion on accelerating the coal to clean transition. Just to remind ourselves, if there's any need to, why are we here to discuss this morning? Well, it's because it's one of the most important things we need to do, but also one of the most challenging. We all know that accelerating the transition is crucial for sustainable development, for avoiding the worst impacts of climate change. But it's really challenging as well because it involves rewiring of economies and societies. And that's been challenging in advanced economies with relatively flat demand for energy, like mine, the UK, likely to be even more challenging in countries like Indonesia, where the demand for energy is growing fast and where there are relatively young coal power plants. So that's why the government of Indonesia and France set up the Coal Transition Commission to find solutions for these challenges. And I'm really delighted that we're able to start off today with some opening remarks from Farah Heliantina, the Assistant Deputy for the Acceleration of the Energy Transition. Unfortunately, Ibu Farah can't be here in person, but she's going to join us on the screen.
Good morning everyone and warm greeting from Indonesia. Distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners, thank you for joining us today at Belem. I'm honored to open this session with our friends from Climate Ambassador for France, Mr. Benoit Faraco, as co-chair of Coal Transition Commission or CTC, and Julia, head of PPCA Secretariat. Through the CTC, we are turning global commitment into real action that take place in power plant, investment decision, and our commitment. Indonesia and France co-lead the CTC with strong and complementary roles. Indonesia shares real experience as a country that still relies on coal, yet is determined to move forward toward clean energy. France contributes deep expertise in clean power system and financing. This shows that North-South cooperation can truly work in a practical and equitable way. Indonesia has set a clear direction for our power sector. Power sector emission to peak before 2035, net zero emission by 2060 or earlier, a $21.4 billion JETP partnership to policy reform. Indonesia is investing in coal retirement pilot under the ADB, with careful assessment on its technical, financial, and social aspects. Countries that remain reliant on coal, including Indonesia, can begin to transition with practical, credible, and scalable steps. Coal flexibility is an important bridge in this journey. It reduces emissions while keeping the light on. It gives more space for renewable energy without risking system stability. But flexibility must be time-bound. Every hour of reduced coal operation must lead to more clean energy in the system. Today, we are proud to launch two key CTC reports. The first is From Flex to Phase Out, and the second about growing the pipeline of coal to clean projects. There are toolkits for implementation for government, utilities, and investors to use right now. Going forward, the CTC will help countries to scale financing. MDBs, private investors, and philanthropy must move quicker. Strengthen capacity for faster and better decision-making. Accelerate project pipelines, especially for coal retirement and repurposing. As we gather here at COP30, it's time to move from discussion to action. Indonesia invites all partners to align policy, finance, and technology behind one mission: reducing emissions rapidly and fairly. Indonesia and France will continue to lead the CTC as convener, catalyst, and collaborator. Together, let us make this transition happen faster, fairer, and for everyone. Thank you.
Faster, fairer, and for everyone. That really encapsulates the goals of the Coal Transition Commission. And as Ibu Farah told us, today the Coal Transition Commission is launching 2 reports setting out how we think we can do that. And we're now going to tell you a little bit about these reports and what's in them. And you can find on your seats as well a QR code to get to the reports. So, as we've already explained to everyone, the Coal Transition Commission brings together governments and finance and technical bodies to try and find solutions to some of the challenges of a coal transition. In our first year, we worked with the IEA to put together a roadmap for the transition from coal to clean, and we also put together some suggestions on the key policies which were necessary to enable the transition, as well as what needed to be done to scale financing for the transition. This year, we've been digging in more to implementation and looking at the steps that we really need to be taking to build a pipeline of coal to clean projects and to look at how we can support the faster integration of renewables. So let's start with the first report, growing the pipeline of coal to clean projects. The background to this report is in the IEA modelling, they identified the early retirement of coal power plants and the replacement with clean as being the primary lever for reducing emissions from coal power. And over the past 2 years, we've seen a number of pilot projects, innovative solutions emerging in this space. But we're not yet delivering these projects at the scale we need to be doing. So in this report, what we wanted to do is to take the learnings from these pilot projects, to set them out and to set out some recommendations for how we could start to scale the pipeline. So in the report, we set out first of all what we've learned about the key enabling conditions at a country level for enabling projects to go ahead. And we point there to the importance of a clear policy direction for the transition plans, no new coal commitments, but also to ability to provide replacement sources of energy, so a readiness in the grid and in the system to be able to scale up replacement sources of energy. We then set out some of the solutions that have been emerging, so re-leveraging, transition credits, securitization, and we look at the ways in which these solutions might apply in different contexts, looking in particular at the age of a coal power plant and the type of market that they're operating in. Then on the basis of this, we did an analysis of quite a large section of the global coal fleet to see which ones we thought there were solutions which were available that would work for them. So you can see here the key results. We grouped the coal power plants that we looked at into 3 buckets. So those where we think there are solutions available at the moment which could work for them, and they're coloured in orange on this map. Those where we think that at the system level, the enabling conditions are in place, but there's not yet solutions which might be available to finance the transition. And those are in dark blue on the map. And then finally, those plants which are in place where we think that the enabling conditions are not yet in place, and that's the ones in light blue on the map. So a brief kind of overview of the findings. We found that around a third of the fleets of the power plants that we looked at, it looks like the existing solutions would work for them. And so that's primarily independent power producers, often in deregulated markets, where we find a lot of these plants where it looks like the solutions can work. In the second bucket of places where there are enabling conditions, but not yet we see kind of clear solutions, are primarily vertically integrated utilities who often face considerable debt constraints, and also older plants. So while it can be challenging to retire young plants, for older plants it can be challenging as well to find a financial model that works, given there is less scope for re-leveraging and less scope to try and monetize some of the reduced emissions. Then in the last category are plants where we think the enabling conditions at a system level aren't yet necessarily in place. And those are in places which are perhaps very heavily coal dependent and where there are challenges in finding good replacements to coal. So, for example, integrated heating and coal plants. So that's the overall kind of conclusions of the analysis. We then set out some recommendations. So the first recommendation is obviously we should be looking to scale where there are solutions available. And we make some suggestions about how to do this, obviously raising awareness, but also simplifying, having kind of clearer standards, and perhaps some element of bundling could help here. The second recommendation is that we should all lean in to really prove out emerging solutions. For example, high integrity coal to clean transition credits. It would be great to kind of really demonstrate that this is a solution that can work and to have a first pilot and have it scaled up. The third recommendation is around working to develop solutions for the areas where we're not so sure that they exist yet. So what could we do for vertically integrated utilities, for example? Transition credits might be one option, but perhaps also there are things like off-balance solutions with special purpose vehicles or other ways of trying to address the debt constraints that they have. And then finally, obviously, we're also saying that we all really need to really lean in to support countries where the enabling conditions aren't yet in place to develop those enabling conditions. And now, on to the second report. This is the From Flex to Phase Out report. So the background to this report is in the roadmap last year, the IEA identified flex as a secondary lever which could be used to reduce emissions from coal power plants, especially in emerging economies. So we thought we should pick up and look a bit more deeply into where flex could be useful. Why might flex be useful? So I think the story here is as countries shift to integrate more variable renewables into their grids, there are sometimes challenges around balancing the system, matching supply and demand, and flexibility becomes increasingly important. In the long term, it's likely that cleaner sources of flexibility, so for example, batteries, grid interconnection, matching supply and demand, are likely to be the most reliable, the most cost-effective, and clearly the least emitting sources of flexibility. But there are many places in the world where these don't yet exist or don't exist at the scale which are needed. And in those circumstances, we suggest that there might be a role for coal flexibility to accelerate the integration of renewables. But there are clearly challenges with coal flexibility and risks. So first of all, there are some costs sometimes involved with coal flexibility, not only to make technical changes to enable the plants to operate more flexibly, but also to exit long-term power purchase agreements or to vary the terms of power purchase agreements. And financing these costs can be quite difficult because people rightly worry about how can they guarantee the emissions reduction from flexible operation. Isn't there a risk that by investing in a coal power plant, we inadvertently extend its life? So this report also sets out guardrails for how you might use this as a policy within a broader program of trying to accelerate the coal to clean transition. And those, again, are primarily about having roadmaps, having clear incentives to operate less, and also clear timelines and reporting. So here, too, we finish with a few recommendations, which are primarily focused on encouraging governments to ensure that their energy markets support all forms of flexibility. So in some countries, it's very difficult to incentivize any kind of flexibility because of contracts, power purchase agreements, take-or-pay agreements. And so there are some changes which are, you might say, no regrets, which will incentivize all forms of flexibility. We're then encouraging people to make sure that any use of coal flexibility is built into a longer-term coal-to-clean transition plan, and to be really careful about where you're focusing this tool. So that was a bit of a whistle-stop tour of these two reports. I hope you've been able to take away some of the key conclusions from that, and I do encourage you to read them all, ask us any questions about them, tell us how we can improve this work and make it more useful for you. Another really important piece of work which has been done in this space this year is by the JETP Secretariat in Indonesia, and they have been looking at captive coal and what are the options for replacing captive coal in Indonesia. And so I'm now going to invite Paul Buta-Buta, the head of the JETP Secretariat, to come and explain some of the findings from this work.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah, as Julia mentioned, that we have done a kind of study related to the captive. This became important actually because the fact is that when we start with the JETP, we focus only on grid. At that time, we don't have any data about captive. So now we are trying to see what is actually the captive situation in Indonesia. We find out that now operating captive power, we have almost 26 giga. Almost 20 giga is actually coal power plant. And then when we look at the captive that we have now, additional 5 gigawatt is now under construction. And then there is a permitted captive for about 5.7 giga, and there are still some let's say pre-permit that's still in the pipeline. So it could be the case actually that in total by 2030 we would have about 35 to 40 giga of captive power plant. But the good thing is for captive in Indonesia is that by regulation we said that 10 years after the operation, each captive has to reduce their emission by 35%, and by 2050, all captive has to be shut down. So that's by regulation. So we try to check what is the option available for us when we are trying to, let's say, decarbonize the captive power. We run 6 scenarios, starting with trying to do industrial clustering. So a lot of, let's say, captive power actually operate individually. So would it be possible, for example, to cluster them so that there will be a kind of, let's say, efficiency if we can have that together, managed together. And then we also run scenario with, let's say, doing energy efficiency or a process switching. Also trying to see whether it's possible actually to do, to connect them to the grid. And also whether it is possible to run or develop on-site renewable energy, fuel switching to coal or ammonia, and the last is actually whether it is possible to also invest in carbon capture and storage. This is what we have seen based on our model that we have developed, that, for example, the only possible best option for us is actually if we could develop let's say renewable on the side. So CCU is almost impossible. There is possibility for industrial clustering and also better improvement in the energy consumption. That's also could be done through the let's say energy efficiency. And we have seen that in the area where the captive are operating, we have this potential renewable more than let's say around 800 gigawatt potential available for the if we want to change them to renewable. And then when we try to check on the emissions, we see here actually by 2050, I said that the emission in the baseline scenario, it will be zero because all the captive will have to be shut down. But we could start already reducing the emissions by integrating to the grid, doing industrial clustering and so on. That's the scenario that we have developed. But what we also need to look at is actually the cost. In running the scenario, we have to see that actually we need at least investment of 6 billion until 2030. This is about 70% higher than in the baseline scenario. Then we will need around 2 billion annually over 2030 to 2040 so that we could really decarbonize the captive power plant in Indonesia. So our report, we put actually more detailed information in our report. It is available in our website. If you want to check the report, please download it in our jetp/id.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pakbul, for that super interesting presentation. So now we've bombarded you with lots and lots of facts, figures, and information. Let's try and take some time to digest it slightly. And we're really delighted that we have a super panel here to talk about some of the issues. So I'm going to invite Axel Priambodo from the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs in Indonesia to take the stage and to introduce us to our panelists.
Check. Yes, thank you very much, Julia, and thank you very much for all the speakers. So good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the Indonesian Pavilion. My name is Axel Priambodo. I'm a senior policy analyst from the Energy Transition Acceleration Unit from the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. And today, as already mentioned by the previous speakers, we are discussing one of the toughest challenges in the clean energy transition. Entitled How to Retire or Repurpose Coal Plants in a Way That is Reliable, Affordable, and also politically survivable. So it's a very light topic for a Tuesday morning. But luckily we have an outstanding panelist that will deep dive into more details on that topic. So first, we are going to invite our first panelist, from South Africa's Presidential Climate Commission, Mr. Devin Pillay, Executive Manager for Institutional Support. So Devin works at the center of South Africa's JETP, navigating governance, finance, community issues, and yes, ESCOM. So glad to have you here. And the second panelist we have, there is someone investors listen to very carefully. Ms. Anjali Viswamohanon, Policy Director at the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change. So she understands what makes billions of dollars says yes or no to transition projects. Welcome, Anjali. And the third panelist, we have the Director General of Singapore's National Climate Change Secretariat and a member of the UNFCCC Article 6.4 Supervisory Board. Please welcome Benedict Chia. So Ben is leading Singapore's work on transition credits, carbon markets, and regional climate cooperation. And unfortunately, Gaia from Australia unable to join us today due to other commitments, which is great news for the panelists. So you have relatively a bit more time for you to express your messages to everyone here. So first, I would like to start with South Africa. It's about institutional and implementation enablers. So first, Devin, I want to ask, so South Africa's JETP is among the most advanced globally. So from your experience, what is the single biggest enabler needed to move from planning to real project implementation?
Thanks, Axel, and good morning to you. Good morning to the panelists and to the audience. So the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan of South Africa estimated that we would require around 1.4 billion US dollars for the energy transition. So the JETP commitments and pledges to date is around 15 billion US dollars. Interestingly, in terms of climate finance flows in South Africa, between the periods 2017 to 2019, we had $62 billion climate finance flows. For 2018 and 19, and 20, we've had 130 billion US dollars flows, and 21-22 period, we've had 188 billion US dollars flow into our climate finance. Of the last report, of the 188, 80% of that capital was raised domestically. So it was roping in the private sector, crowding in private sector and both public sector private sector obviously played a much larger role. And of the 188 billion, 155 billion or so went towards mitigation issues, which speaks to the shift towards renewable energy. Now, I mean, just within that indication, you would find that the Jet P flows is just a fraction of the total flows that have emerged. And within the period of 2013 to 2025, South Africa has put onto the grid around 16 gigawatts of renewable energy. In 2011, the Renewable Energy Investment Independent Power Producer Procurement Program, which was a renewable plan for the period, estimated will put in 17,800 megawatts on the grid. So we've surpassed that, right? So we've surpassed that. What's interesting, though, is that JETP played the catalytic role to mobilize finance. So the critical point is mobilizing finance is paramount, central, core to implementation. And what I'm speaking through is what we've got planned to exceed current targets. So recently, many of you may be aware that South Africa released its IRP, which targets 79 gigawatts of energy, renewable energy by 2042. So in terms of realizing these projects, there's just two key things that needs to happen. Is addressing the finance gaps, which is around 100 billion per year. And second is addressing some of the policy and regulatory matters and to unlock these opportunities. So as part of the climate finance, it is very critical that you begin to capacitate at the local government level, you begin to capacitate policymakers and regulatory regulators within government to become flexible, understand global best practice, and start to implement this so we're able to get more onto the grid.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Devon. It's good to see and hear the institutional and political commitment from the country. And also now, from someone that the investors really listen to. So, Gaia, from the investors' standpoint, what characteristic makes coal transition projects truly investable? Whether retirement, repurposing, or flexibility?
Maybe I can just start with sort of giving a brief of the work that we do at AIGCC and how we sort of come about to this phase of investing in coal-fired retirement as well. But just wanted to start with appreciating the opportunity to be here this morning. I think the reports that were launched by PPCA, but also Pak Paul's report on the captive coal is going to be tremendously useful in the work that we do. So really appreciate all the work that's going on. But at AIGCC, what we try and do is we bring together institutional investors that have exposure to Asian markets. So we work with over 80 plus institutional investors that manage around 35 trillion USD in AUM. The work that we have done with them over time is to enable them to embed climate risks and opportunities in the investment decisions that they make in Asian markets. Just to sort of throw some numbers at you as well. So 93% of the investors that we work with have made commitments on fossil fuel policies, which means that they will reduce their investment exposure to fossil fuels going forward. And this is sort of like full commitments for most investors. Out of these 93%, around 21% are also committing to invest and support managed coal phase out, recognizing that it's a real risk in Asian markets that needs to be tackled if we want to sort of achieve net zero globally. And this has been with the work that we have done with investors over time to sort of really get them to understand how would transition need to work and what's the real role of capital to be able to support that. So what we have at AIGCC is a real interested group of investors that are understanding what the needs of transition is specifically in emerging markets and willing to engage. To support.
Hello, song.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Should I try a different mic?
Check, check.
Hello? Can you? Yeah. So, So, I think to support investors in actually translating some of these commitments into implementation, we have engagement programs with the highest emitting corporates in Asian markets. One such program is the Asia Utilities Engagement Program. So we enable investors to engage with the highest emitting utilities across Asia, engaging with them on their transition plans, their net zero commitments, but also sort of going beyond their day-to-day planning to actually board oversight to ensure that climate risks is being factored in at the highest level in terms of management of these utilities, so that these utilities are able to sort of clearly set ambitious targets supported by short-term, mid-term, long-term transition plans that's supported by capital allocation, and investors can actually feed into that process through capital to support those outcomes. So we engage with several markets that's sort of covered in the report, especially in ASEAN. And maybe just to add to this element of transition, we've also been enabling investors to understand the just transition element, both at the facility or at the asset level in terms of frameworks that can be used to sort of hold entities and assets more accountable. But I think one step above that with all of the JETP conversations is I think investors really need to understand what does just transition mean quite systemically from a place-based context. What is the opportunities and risks in that market? So we just came out with a report earlier this year to sort of really deep dive into what place-based transition really means and how can investors actually input capital to support the systemic just transition in markets like Indonesia, Malaysia, India, and others. And one additional element, when we sort of come to the question that you had asked me, right, like what do investors really need to see in terms of investable managed coal phase out? You have to sort of look at the financial considerations, you have to look at the technical considerations and the regulatory considerations that would sort of enable that pipeline to sort of continuously flow and see those outcomes in the market. To enable companies to think a bit more seriously on the financial considerations, what we've also come out, we will be releasing a report next week that sort of really looks at how Asian markets, as you know, are exposed to climate hazards quite a bit. So what we did is we did a financial assessment to understand how much climate hazards would impact 2,500 assets in Asia. And what we found was actually really stark. We're seeing, I think, around 6.5 billion of losses already that will sort of surmount in terms of the balance sheets of utility companies if they don't have resilience plans in place. And most utilities that we analyze, which is around 11 utilities in Asia, they don't have resilience plans in place. And these losses will increase to 33% if these risks are not considered enough. And we are seeing particularly for Asia, it's the heat stress and the precipitation related risks that will manifest a lot more. And particularly for coal-fired power plants that are located in vulnerable regions like the coastal areas. So I think this would also add an additional facet for companies to actually think about the economic viability of coal-fired power plants and think about whether it makes sense to phase it out earlier. So we're also sort of thinking about multiple ways to get companies to think about financial planning and see how coal phase out can be made economically viable considering multiple pathways.
Yeah. Check. Yeah. Thank you very much, Anjali. So from your perspective, we can now see that investors, they're not afraid of risk, but they really hope that we can reduce uncertainty. By reducing uncertainty, it can really make it more attractive for investors to step in. And thank you very much for giving a good segue for the next question, where we want to see another financing tools that can help unlock capital. So move over to you, Ben. So from Singapore perspective, so Singapore has been exploring transition credits and mechanism like FAST-P. So what enabling conditions must be in place for countries to implement transition credits effectively? And how can these tools support coal transition pipelines across the region?
So first, thanks so much for the invitation to sit on this panel itself. So transition credits play an important part. And in terms of the enabling conditions, I think we see three broad enabling conditions that needs to be met in order for transition credits to be viable. The first one is, I think, what has been picked up in the presentation slides already, that you need power sector decarbonization plan itself, a transition plan for the power sector, and that's critical because you need to be able to get a sense of where exactly does the specific project on coal phase out sit within this broader decarbonization plan of the sector. So that's key, and it's important because it provides certainty and it provides assurance on additionality. I think one of the key concerns about which we have heard about early coal phase out is that you phase out one plant, the excess demand just goes to another coal-fired power station that then ramps up capacity. So that assurance on how the power sector is going to transform is quite important, which is why I think in the earlier presentation where we talk about Indonesia's plans to decarbonize the power sector, I think that sets a very important backdrop as to what's needed. The second enabling condition, and I think, Axel, it's what you talked about at the start, is that it must be politically survivable. I would pitch it more broadly to say that the coal transition must have broad public support. And I think one of the key concerns is that if you look not just at the coal station itself, but the entire value chain, coal-related jobs actually account for millions of jobs in Asia itself. So if you want transition credits to work, there needs to be a credible transition plan for the workers that will be affected. We need to identify viable job opportunities in adjacent sectors that they can transition to and that they can maintain, if not enhance, their livelihood options. So the just transition element is key. The third enabling condition, I would say, is that given that coal transition is not easy, there are many challenges along the way. We would definitely want to unlock as much value from the transition credits as possible. And for this to happen, I think what's needed is a robust national framework on Article 6 transactions itself, because then that allows the transition credits that are generated to be used for international compliance. And I think Indonesia recently passed a presidential decree that gave a lot more certainty in terms of their pathway towards Article 6 itself. So for us, I think those three conditions are absolutely important: power sector decarbonization, just transition plan, and a national framework on Article 6 transactions for transition credits. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Ben, for the message that transition credit is a solution as long as the requirements and the conditions are fulfilled. And hand it over back to Anjali. So we are going to deep dive a little bit more into regional perspective, in this case, Southeast Asia. So from an investor standpoint, what forms of regional cooperation, whether ASEAN, trilateral platforms, or cross-border financing, could unlock capital and accelerate scalable coal transition solutions?
I think as AIGCC, the ASEAN bloc, I think, is a really important one, where there's sort of scores of opportunity if you actually sort of are able to cooperate across borders. I think there's already several fantastic initiatives that we're seeing through ASEAN, but also individual country leadership to actually bring in more capital into the market to enable energy transition. We are also seeing bilateral cooperation between countries like Australia, ASEAN, the UK, ASEAN, and others to actually help these markets actually position themselves better to be able to attract capital to support renewable energy build-out. I think one recent conversation that we've been a part of that we think is very promising for ASEAN's future on renewable energy build-out, but also coal transition, is on the ASEAN power grid. I think there's a huge possibility there to sort of unite the region in terms of thinking about a regional decarbonization supported by an ASEAN power grid. And there's a huge amount of investor interest in sort of seeing what types of finance can come in to support those models. In fact, we are in sort of several discussions within sort of the ASEAN forum to sort of think about structures to enable capital to come in. Not just from a finance perspective, but also looking at technical ways of structuring to enable that to happen. I think there's also in terms of trade and opportunity in terms of manufacturing to support the renewable energy deployment, which I think is quite crucial to actually embed the coal phase-out discussions more seriously in ASEAN, because ASEAN is a region where the power demand forecast growth is actually quite a lot. So you need to think about balancing that with renewable energy deployment and then think about coal phase out. So I think the renewable energy conversation, supporting that through regional cooperation on trade, manufacturing, and sort of presenting that as an opportunity set to investors is quite crucial. And we're seeing very encouraging conversations on that across trade discussions, but also economic cooperation across multiple departments that we've been a part of. I think just in terms of numbers, I think if there is more structured cooperation on the economic viability of renewable energy, I think you're looking at a $5 trillion opportunity for ASEAN with sort of 66,000 jobs that could be created if that cooperation sort of really comes through. And I think all of these sort of different facets, I think, are quite interesting for investors, especially considering the fact that many of the international investors, their exposure to emerging markets is actually quite minimal. If you're able to actually bring more understanding of the needs of the market through more regional coordination, like the ASEAN framework, that could actually serve to attract more capital into the market. And we're trying to do a lot on these specific efforts.
Perfect. Thank you very much. A very good forecast and how we see a good potential if the regional consistency remain kept, and that can really lower the investors' risk. And now coming back again to the more on the asset level perspective. So back to you again, Ben. So about flexibility. So what pathway do you see for financing for coal flexibility projects in the near future, especially from the perspective of market mechanism or system planning?
Thanks so much for the question. So the importance of coal flexibility, I think, was highlighted in the presentation just now, which we wholeheartedly agree with. The only thing I'd say is that if you look at some of the coal projects, the early coal retirement projects in Asia that are being tested, they're being tested on a project level approach. So this is the Vera methodology VM52 that was approved earlier this year. For coal flexibility itself, that specific project level methodology is not able to accommodate coal flexibility. I know there are efforts in the pipeline to add modules to the methodology to be able to capture more different pathways towards early coal retirement, which are currently not being captured. But I'd say the most viable option right now is what's called the jurisdictional or sectorial approach towards crediting. And that's currently being trialed in various other countries outside Asia itself. I know the Dominican Republic is actively looking at it as a possibility. And the jurisdictional approach basically enables more options for you to credit compared to a project level approach. There are pros and cons of both approaches. A jurisdictional approach is harder to implement, but once you implement it, it has more flexibility. Project level approach is relatively easier to implement, but there are a bit more constraints in terms of what you can credit for. But under jurisdictional approach, what it requires a certain country to do is to set a clear sectorial decarbonization plan for the power sector and establish what the baseline is, and then any efforts that takes you below the baseline can actually be credited. So it gives flexibility not just to the coal flex option that you talked about, but other things like captive coal plants. It also gives flexibility to maybe even addressing coal projects in a pipeline that are removing from the pipeline itself. So planned projects that never materialize itself. So I'd say that's one feasible pathway. If a country is able to implement it, I think has a clear milestone towards coal flags itself. But yet at the same time, if we are able to enhance the current project level methodology, add in additional modules, that's also another pathway. But my sense is that the second approach probably still requires a little bit more work and might take a little bit more time before we are able to realize that from happening. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. So yeah, flexibility financing is a key enabler for many transitional projects. And now we want to see on the implementation aspects on South Africa. So Devon, so South Africa's JETP has been closely watched worldwide. So what key lesson or positive or cautionary should other countries consider when designing financing packages or country platform for financing?
Yeah, thanks, Axel. I think, that's an interesting question, right? So as you move from a JETP to country platforms, you have deeply invested within this process the issues of developmental objectives. But let me pause and just take a step back, right? So South Africa is dealing with two issues on its energy front. One is the shift away from fossil fuel towards renewable energy. The second is addressing and securing its energy needs. So for a few years, we've been experiencing severe energy shortage, commonly known as load shedding. We've also experienced, as a result of load shedding, a constraint to economic growth. And to address these issues, we've got this concurrent function of expanding renewable energy, getting it onto the grid to bring in some security and to contribute towards the GDP, address issues of unemployment, poverty, etc. The second is how do we deal with the closure of our power stations without compromising energy security. So there is a plan in place that's decommissioning as well as repurposing the power stations. And as we do that, it becomes a very interesting ecosystem because our coal belt is linked to our energy generation, which is the Mpumalanga region of South Africa. And if you shut down power stations within a very short period of time, without having alternative economic opportunities, you're going to completely devastate that particular region. So it's very important that as you plan this, you've got to sequence it and basically choreograph the closure of the power stations in order to ensure you have a just transition. And as part of the just transition, as I mentioned, is economic diversification, identifying new industrial opportunities, upskilling and reskilling workers that have lost their jobs, as well as workers that have been unemployed for many years. So the JETP, plays that very catalytic role that I've mentioned. So you get different packages that's been offered from grant funding to highly concessional loans to debt. Now, I think the one key learning for us as the PCC, and this is in retrospect, is that the grant funding, which is around $500 million, was largely within the control of the ambits of funders. So they decided what projects and initiatives to fund with the grants. What we are seeing is, in the lack of a proper coordination around grant funding, you end up with an oversupply in certain activities. So at one point, because there was a huge uptake in renewable energy, there was a demand for skilled RE installers. And most funders then zoomed into training and upskilling for installers. And over a period of time, within 6 months, we had an oversupply. Similarly, you had the issue of the deeply embedding procedural justice, and in many cases, this was interpreted as just consultation. But procedural justice is much deeper. It's engaging with communities, engaging with workers to co-create and have a positive outcome. What you would find is a lot of funding went into consultations, which is a once-off engagement, either with workers and communities, and no follow through. So you ended up with an oversupply of consultations to the point where communities openly expressed frustration at these engagements. So when it comes to grant funding, I think we need to be very clear in terms of what is to be funded, quantify the funding so that you achieve an outcome. Similarly, a lot of grant funding went into research, and what you found is a number of different research institutions undertook research in a very particular area, so you had an oversupply of data in those areas, while there was a huge demand in other areas that were not addressed. So for me, grant funding needs to be very carefully managed. The second is, as I've mentioned in our climate finance landscape report, we had 188 billion, 80% of that was domestic funding that was deployed. In the JETP, you have something in the region of 5.5 billion US dollars for concessional loans, around 2 billion for highly concessional loans. Both of those, including commercial debt, which is around, I think, around 5 billion as well. There's been very little traction in that. And what we've picked is the conditions that come with those grants, the requirements that comes with the grant, don't meet or don't match local needs. So while there is a pipeline of projects that needs to be developed, the grant funding as well as the concessional loans and the loans don't necessarily feed into demands on the ground. So there needs to be some sort of sequencing, some sort of alignment between the loan packages and what's feasible on the ground. So many of the funders argue that the funding opportunities are too small, so they want large packages. And large packages can only be taken up by large companies. And for large companies to enter an area, you have to have a massive industrialization project on the ground. And in the absence of that, you find that JETP funding doesn't necessarily flow. So there needs to be a sequencing between your industrial policy, your economic diversification, as well as then linking that with the right platforms. So the PCC is currently developing something called the Just Transition Finance Mechanism, which would then provide that linkage between JETP funding as well as other funding that's going to be crowded in towards realizing just transition projects and energy generation initiatives on the ground.
Yeah, thank you very much, Devin. So I really get the point on the importance of cost neutrality and also reliability, neutrality in terms of for us transitioning. And also very good and very happy for you to also touch upon how we can strategically manage the finance mobilization. And also, it's also a good segue for our next question on how we can see in more detail on the private financing. So over to you, Anjali, about the international alignment for private investment. So investors rely heavily on credible standards, guarantees, and policy consistency. So what kind of international cooperation or alignment, for example, through NDBs, G20, GFANs, or CTC, would help scale private investment into coal transitions?
I mean, I think what we've been sort of advocating for in a majority of our conversations on coal phase out is sort of like a clear commitment at the national level in terms of a climate outcome. I think in Asian markets, when we've sort of did an analysis of like where the development policies and the climate policies are, it's sort of quite separate. We need to sort of see this come together in sort of a clear objective on how economic outcomes, social outcomes, and climate outcomes actually come together in terms of a plan. So I think countries are at a really interesting phase right now where you're setting NDCs through this process, and then how does that translate into a clear energy target that sort of is supported by sectoral plans that gives companies a clear indication of what sort of public incentives, policy support they can expect in terms of setting an ambitious transition pathway that would incorporate components of power sector sort of diversification in terms of coal phase out, looking at renewable energy integration, what sort of support can you expect in terms of grid build out plans that would sort of be supportive to that can be supported again by investment. I think this level of detail is quite important to investors. I think amongst many of the ASEAN markets that we are engaging with, we are at that stage where there is a clear national level energy target, but how does that sort of really translate into sectoral plans for how utility sector can feed into that? I think from a policy perspective, when you look at, especially because a lot of Asian markets have vertically integrated utilities, which would really need a regulatory framework to support their transition and look at incentives that could be linked to emissions or climate-related objectives beyond performance as well, I think is quite important. Looking at how subsidies play a key role in these markets in terms of artificially bringing down the price of fossil fuels and instead sort of using some of those subsidies to enable that transition that could attract capital flows into these markets are quite important. And we're seeing tremendous sort of, announcements through forums like G20 and the others for the need to sort of actually bring more transparency, accountability into things like fossil fuel subsidies and how can you actually enable sustainable finance flows to support ambitious renewable energy targets. Looking at coal phase out, I think is quite important. The conversations on just transition, I think, has been especially stark over the last few years. I think it's equally important to understand what is not working in terms of just transition, learn from those lessons so we can actually successfully embed that into funding conversations going forward. Because I think if there's anything that we learn from the lessons in other markets, is that just transition needs to be quite front and center to ensure the success of what we're trying to do in markets. And I think fundamentally we're at a really good stage, I think, because we're seeing so many types of transitions happening in multiple markets that there are multiple models that we can actually examine to see what works and what doesn't. Not that you can just sort of copy paste sort of different mechanisms in every market, but at least there's sort of like lessons that you're able to learn and translate that into implementation. And I think even for the element of coal flexibility, I think it's becoming inevitable that in the planning for ASEAN markets that you have to sort of look at embedding an element of coal flexibility and how do you enable finance flows to support that becomes a very important conversation. And when you sort of look at frameworks like taxonomies, the national energy transition plans that has a financing element, seeing how these sort of frameworks could enable finance flows to support those outcomes is equally as important. But also ensuring that frameworks builds in more credibility on which types of plans need to be flexible for how long. Building more credibility on the environment, social outcomes is quite important to enable finance flows. So I think just to sort of come back to the point that you were sort of trying to ask, I think a lot of the coordination that's happening at international levels to sort of bring lessons, case studies from other markets, I think is very important to help countries set more ambitious policies that could attract capital, and that's what investors are fundamentally looking for.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, those are the requirements for us to unlock more private capitals. So yeah, please do take note, and also for me, governments, and that is very interesting. Thank you very much. And also coming back to a regional perspective from Singapore. So from a country perspective, from ASEAN countries. So given ASEAN's strong economic and political interconnections, so among us ASEAN countries, so what opportunities do you see for regional leadership to unlock finance and support scalable coal transition solutions?
I'd say within ASEAN itself, there's significant opportunity to demonstrate that this is feasible and to build a key pipeline itself. As you have seen in the slides just now, there's a significant proportion of coal plants in ASEAN that could possibly be suitable for early coal retirement itself. And I think it's a demonstrative effect, not just of transition credits, but the use of concessionary financing, blended finance solutions to be able to phase out coal. I think that's a big opportunity for ASEAN. But I'd say the benefit of ASEAN is not just only what each ASEAN country does alone within its own national boundaries, but also how ASEAN as a whole, I think as mentioned, can come together to develop an ASEAN power grid. An ASEAN power grid has been spoken about for a very long time, more than a few decades. But I think we are now at the cusp whereby there seems to be a lot more concerted effort to move in this direction. In fact, recently, the Asia Development Bank and the World Bank, together with the Asia Center for Energy, has put together an ASEAN Power Grid financing facility that is in excess of $10 billion itself. So it does show that there is the economic case and a political will to make something happen. And just to contextualize, an ASEAN Power Grid is important to help drive early coal phase out, because the replacement, which is renewables, tends to be intermittent. And if ASEAN can come together to lean and leverage on each other to better manage this intermittent resource itself, I think it creates more pathways, more opportunities for us to phase coal out of the system itself. Thanks.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much, Ben. So, in summary, thank you very much to all the panelists that we have here, and give a round of applause for everyone. So what we heard today is very clear that the solutions do exist. Okay, everyone. So coal to clean transition require flexibility financing, credible crediting mechanism, regional cooperation, strong governance and long-term partnership, and also trust. So our challenge is now to scale them and to implement them. So with that, thank you very much, and I will hand it over to Julia, but please to all the panelists to remain on stage. We're going to hear the closing remarks, and then we're going to have a family photo after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. What a great discussion. I feel like I've taken away kind of 100 ideas for where we should be focusing next year, and many things which we haven't yet thought of. So thank you so much. And we're really pleased that to conclude our event today, we have Selina Catalano-Grenet from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Director for Global Affairs. So as we said at the start of the event, France has been the co-chair of the Coal Transition Commission along with Indonesia. And great to hear your perspective to bring us to a close today.
Dear colleagues, bom dia. I would like to thank you very much for giving France the opportunity to deliver the closing remarks for this important event and on this very important topic. It has now been 2 years since the Coal Transition Accelerator was launched by President Macron at COP28. I'm proud to see that this process now is bearing fruit with the publication of the Commission 2 reports. Those 2 reports, they offer concrete, actionable guidance to help us move from principles to implementation in accelerating the transition from coal to clean energy. I wish to thank Indonesia for its leadership on this issue, and I would like to thank Julia and her team for their tireless work in advancing this agenda. The science is unequivocal. Coal must be phased out in the next decade if we are to keep the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. Accelerating the shift from coal to clean energy is not only essential for reducing emissions, it's also key to unlocking sustainable economic development, strengthening energy security, and avoiding the most severe climate impacts. So we know that this transition is particularly challenging in emerging economies, where coal plants are very often, they are young, where electricity demand is rising rapidly, and entire communities depend on coal-related activities. Energy systems are complex, are widely different from one country to another, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Such a task cannot be addressed in isolation. It requires deep international cooperation. And this is why France has engaged in several just energy transition partnerships, notably with Indonesia, but also with South Africa, where in Indonesia, we will invest 500 million euros to support the shift towards cleaner and more resilient energy systems with concrete projects already underway. It's also why President Macron launched the Coal Transition Accelerator at COP28 which is operated by PPCA and which is guided by the principles of the Pact for People, Prosperity and the Planet. And those principles are based on the conviction that no country should have to choose between eradicating poverty and addressing climate change. For the last 2 years, the CTA task has been to identify practical pathways that reconcile energy transition, economic growth, and social justice. The reports published today address central challenges of the coal to clean transition. First, while countries should prioritize early retirement of coal-fired power plants, repurposing existing assets to operate more flexibly can play a meaningful role in the near term, particularly in emerging countries, provided that the relevant guardrails are in place. Second, the implementation gap can be reduced by developing robust, bankable pipelines of coal transition projects. This requires identifying the right regions and appropriate assets, fostering innovation, designing solutions that reflect the diverse challenges faced by coal-dependent economies. It also requires building the institutional and regulatory frameworks, foundations that enable credible long-term investment. And finally, we must work collectively to scale up volume of finance dedicated to coal transitions. Public budgets alone will not be enough. We know that. And we need to mobilize innovative instruments to attract private capital. This is what you have talked about today, including de-risking tools, blended finance approaches, and mechanisms that reward credible transition pathways. France will continue to champion this agenda within the Coal Transition Commission and in all different settings. And we stand ready to support governments, utilities, and partners that are prepared to seize this opportunity demonstrated in this report. I call on all relevant stakeholders to join this effort, and together we can take the priority steps needed to implement the Commission's recommendations, starting with commitments to no new coal and to build and finance a new generation of projects. Our responsibility is really to demonstrate that despite the magnitude of the challenge, pathways to success exist. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, everyone. We've really been grateful to have you here. Do read the report and come again to our next event.
Check. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Welcome to Carbon Connection for Climate Action, Seller Meets Buyer, Strengthening Collaboration Towards a High Integrity Carbon Governance. And this forum is hosted by the Ministry of Environment Indonesia to create a space for any stakeholders who interested in Indonesia green projects as well as the carbon market. So to date, I think if I'm not miscalculate, we have around 30-ish projects presented from various sectors. And today we have another 8 projects from Folu sector, waste, as well as the energy sector. So let's start with the first one. It is geothermal project from Patuha. So let's hear it from Delvira of PT Geodipa Energy. She's unable to join in person, but here's the video.
Dengan lebih dari 120 gunung berapi aktif, Indonesia menyimpan 40% cadangan panas bumi di dunia. Panas bumi, energi terbarukan dengan emisi karbon yang rendah, menjadi salah satu solusi dalam menangani krisis iklim dunia. Panas bumi sebagai sumber energi listrik dihasilkan dengan memanfaatkan inti bumi untuk memanaskan embung air serta menghasilkan uap. Uap yang tercipta diekstrasi melalui jaringan pipa dan diarahkan ke pembangkit, di mana energi termal dari uap diubah menjadi energi mekanik dengan memutar turbin. Putaran turbin tersebut yang akhirnya menghasilkan energi listrik. Seperti prinsip pemanasan air dalam ceret, sisa uap air yang telah didinginkan dikondensasi dan berubah menjadi air untuk dimasukkan kembali ke dalam bumi dan kembali dilakukan pemanasan secara alami. Proses inilah yang memastikan pembangkit listrik tenaga panas bumi sebagai pembangkit energi terbarukan yang berkelanjutan. Untuk melestarikan alam, uap yang telah digunakan untuk menggerakkan turbin diarahkan ke kondensor, sehingga uap tersebut terkondensasi menjadi udara. Air ini kemudian didaur ulang menjadi uap lagi secara alami. Dieng dan Patuha memiliki total potensi energi panas bumi masing-masing 400 MW dan sudah memiliki perjanjian jual beli listrik dengan PLN yang dituangkan dalam bentuk Energy Sales Contract. Untuk menjadi perusahaan energi panas bumi yang andal dan terpercaya, kami fokus pada keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan yang cepat dalam mencapai bisnis. Dengan prinsip Operational Excellence dan Total Quality Management, PT Geodipa Energi Persero menjadi perusahaan yang mengoptimalkan produktivitas dengan budaya kerja profesional dan mengedepankan keselamatan kerja, menjadi yang terbaik guna mendukung program nasional dalam penyediaan energi yang aman dan ramah lingkungan. Geodipa membantu pemerintah dalam penyerapan tenaga kerja dan pengembangan masyarakat di sekitar wilayah kerja perusahaan. Hal ini diimplementasikan dalam bentuk 4 pilar tanggung jawab sosial kepada masyarakat, yaitu Geodipa Peduli, Geodipa Maju, Geodipa Pintar, Geodipa Hijau, Geodipa percaya keseimbangan antara energi, alam, dan manusia di dalamnya adalah masa depan untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik. Geodipa Energi menghadirkan energi untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us in this session with PT Geodipa Energi Persero. My name is Delvira, representing PT Geodipa Energi Persero, or usually we call it GDE. I'm from Business Development Division. And today I'm going to present to you about our carbon credit project, which is Patuha Unit 1 Geothermal Project. But before I delve deeper into Patuha Unit 1 project, what is it exactly and how do we contribute to the carbon credits globally, I would like to explain more about GDE as a company to you first. So GDE is a state-owned enterprise focusing in geothermal sector. We were established in 2002 and we are a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Finance. We have two shareholders. The majority of our shares is actually held by the Ministry of Finance, about 94.5%, and then the remaining 5.5% is with the PLN, or our state utility company. As an SOE under Ministry of Finance, GDE also has a position of a special mission vehicle, or SMV. As an SMV, our role, we have three main purposes. The first one is to de-risking of geothermal development in Indonesia. The second one is debottlenecking of geothermal development. And the last one is as a strategic partner of the government of Indonesia. So all in all, we help to accelerate the development of geothermal in Indonesia. Our company also has several rewards and performance achievements, as you can see on your screen. Our Fitch ratings is AAA with a stable outlook since 2022 up to last year, 2024. And then we have CDP, Climate Change and Water Security. We are the top 4 in Indonesia. S&P Global, number 61, the top 3 in Indonesia. And then we also have Green Proper, and then the last one, the most updated one, is we have a 58 of ESG rating. As a company, we managed more than 1.2 gigawatts of geothermal resource and reserve. We have fields lying across 6 concession areas, 4 owned by GDE and 2 are government concession. From these, we have 3 operating units, Dieng Unit 1 with 55 megawatts, Patuha Unit 1, 55 megawatts, and also Dieng Small Scale, which is about 10 megawatts. So in total, we generate about 120 megawatts from these 3 power plants. Other than that, we have a development pipeline to further 485 megawatts by the year 2035. And also, we plan to expand our business to improve overall economic and growth. The way we expand it is through non-power geothermal development, such as critical mineral extractions, such as from lithium and silica, also plant green hydrogen and other potential geothermal use. Now we delve deep into Patuha Unit 1 geothermal projects. The unit itself is located in West Java, Indonesia, and by providing clean, renewable electricity to the people in the area, we managed to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG point 7 and point 13. The unit has a net capacity of 55 megawatts. It began to commercially operate back in September 2014, and it supplies electricity to the Jamali grid, which is the main grid in the island of Java and its surroundings. The estimated emission reduction is about 263,000 tons of CO2 equivalents per year. And this unit has been registered in the Clean Development Mechanism, or CDM, back in 2012. We have very positive impacts to the local communities not only socially and economically, but also environmentally. We collaborate with the communities around the operational area to carry out conservation programs that includes land orchids and also Javanese primate surili and also lutung. So we conserve not only the flora or the plants in and around the areas, but also the fauna of the Patuha area itself. For social impacts, we implement many programs such as scholarship, book donations, and vocational training. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we supported the local communities by providing training for healthcare. We improved the community's awareness on sanitation and health issues, and also provided staple food package to ensure food security for the communities. Economically, through the construction or investment of infrastructure in the surrounding area where the project is held, we provide indirect economic impacts to the communities. The example is that we have a program to improve the rural electrification to the villages in the surrounding areas, which we will explain more in the later slides. As for the project itself, you can see from the graph that we managed to reduce emission of CO2 on average between 250,000 to 300,000 of tons of CO2. During the 2014 to 2020 crediting period, we reduced a total of 1.3 million of tons CO2 equivalent through the Clean Development Mechanism. Also, we produced around 400,000 megawatts of electricity per annum. The Patuha Unit 1 CDM project itself began in 2012, in which we registered the project to CDM, and then we developed the project document design. We received the letter of approval by the government of Indonesia, and we managed to validate the project by the year of 2014. And then on the same year, in September, Patuha Unit 1 began operation. However, the carbon market experienced crisis. So both Geodipa and also Eco Securities as our partner decided to delay verification and issuance due to said crisis and the market condition, and we decided to wait and see the condition of the market. Starting in 2021, we continued the development of Patuha CDM Carbon Credit Project. We completed the verification process in 2024, and as of last year, we are currently in marketing process for the carbon credits potential buyers. The positive impact of the plant itself covers, as mentioned, both the environment and also the regional economy. We currently show you an illustration of the geothermal project multiply impacts towards economic development through sustainable environment, social and governance, or ESG. It is worth noting that the utilization of geothermal resources through power plant development has many positive impacts on the surrounding areas, such as community empowerment, employment, because we employ the people in the surrounding areas to work in the infrastructure as well as developing the power plant itself. We also increase tourism in the area and increase the company's contribution to the local government in the form of additional production bonuses of about 2 billion rupiahs per year. We also increase taxes consisting of land and building tax and also VAT reimbursement. Another positive impact is, as mentioned before, estimated emission reduction of about 250,000 tons to 300,000 tons of CO2 equivalents per year. We also provided additional stable electricity, amounts to 150 kilovolts of mains and mains power supply. It is worth noting that this multiplier effect will only be obtained if the environmental social governance is implemented properly. The company has very many sustainable programs as shown in your screen right now. So we work with local MSME to help them in their community building, community empowerment, as well as economic for the regional area. Salyu Crisp is MSME in the Patuha area, which is quite successful And we work with women in the area to develop this crisp. And then we also have Alameda Tourism Village to boost the tourism prospect in the area. Also, we have Sugih Mukti Coffee Synergy. This CSR managed to meet SDGs, which you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. Other than that, we also do blood donation in the area, health promotion, as well as socialization for stunting prevention to the local families. For the children and also the workers there, we have scholarship, capacity building, and also geo-edutourism. Then, as mentioned before, we have rural electrification for the nearest village, such as Sugih Mukti. We also help to support the infrastructure building of public facilities and also build the local schools. So, as you can see from our presentation, Pata Unit 1 Geothermal project has a very positive impact on the area it surrounds, because not only that we help with the clean and renewable electricity, in which we meet SDG point 7 and 13, we also provide social benefits to the local communities, as well as we maintain the environment to stay green and to develop as optimum as it could be. And we also help with the economic boost of the regional area. Then you can be assured that the carbon credits of Pata Unit 1 Geothermal project is of the highest quality, and together we can support the reduction of greenhouse gas negative impact to the environment, and we can reach the net zero emission target in 2060 together. That is all from us. We thank you for your attention and participation. Hope you have a good day.
Okay. So one is done. That's from the energy sector, loud and clear. We have the next one. It's coming from the Folu sector. It's in relation to the coral restoration and I think blue economy sustainability. So it's also a pre-recorded video. He's the co-founder and CEO of Carbon Ethics, Bimo Suwaji, also unable to join, but we'll see him online on the screen.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed buyers. My name is Bimo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Carbon Ethics. I'm joining online. I'm in the field right now with the community, and hopefully I can pass on the positive energy from the community and as well as their excitement towards this project. This is the second time we present in Seller Meet Buyer, and our second project is Aceh Catalyst. It stands for Coastal Restoration and Blue Economy Sustainability. And just a bit of background of Carbon Ethics. We founded in 2019, and the founders and also management teams coming from diverse expertise, from the commercial, also impact fund management, as well as product and marketing, and down to as well the project development, as well as the project executions for nature-based solutions. And we're grateful that in the 6 years, we make pilots and also projects for blue carbon restorations supported by 240 companies so far. And with this project, we also make iterative model on how to work best with the coastal community. And each of the projects that we do, we always measure the impact in a framework called social return of investment. So every $1 invested to our project, we deliver $2 of social value in return. So related to the carbon project, this is not only delivering the ROI, but also social ROI. And we're also proud to be certified B Corporation. 3 projects that we usually have a roadshow to our investors and also potential buyers. And this time, we're going to talk more about Project Aceh Catalyst. Aceh Catalyst, why we do what we do in this project. We saw the region face intense land conversion in terms of the conversion of mangrove forest to aquaculture ponds, and as well as the illegal logging to be converted to the charcoal and also be exported outside Aceh. This resulting in deforestation rate of 2.7%, and this is equivalent to almost 500 hectares per year. This is putting the ecosystem at risk, especially we will lose the forest cover within 100 years. And this project will be focusing more on reforestations and also protections of mangrove forests. And inside the project boundaries, this area size comprised of 17,000 hectares with 6,000 community members to be empowered and potentially can generate almost 600,000 verified carbon units per year with 4 key species. And if we see here in the pictures, there are 2 IUCN red lists at the moment. The first one is the Saujau turtle. We call it in local tuntong. And we have also crab-eating macaque. This is one of the species of primate. And we're using the methodology of FERA VM33, the methodology for tidal wetland and seagrass restorations. And this project also potentials to be CORSIA eligible. And the project status right now is on the PDD writing. We intensely connected with the community, and as well as we've made some pilot as well in the planting. And in next Q1 2026, we're going to also pilot the conservation-based product. There's 2 types of area that we're going to restore. The first one is the silvofishery area. This is the area where the most degraded for conversions to become aquaculture. And the second type of area is deforested mangrove area. In here, we can do restorations more densely because usually this area is converted to become charcoal briquettes. And when we're talking about the climate financing, where this money is allocated to, we do have program as well to the community, such as forest patrol and stewardship, building the mangrove nursery, mangrove reforestations, and monitoring and maintenance, of course. And why mangrove nursery? Because at the moment, the community is also lacking to have in-house mangrove nursery. If we want to have big-scale reforestations, we need to support the community with this investment. And the second is that it's about the community development. We do as well the silvofishery, which I will talk later on, and technical capacity up until the market access, as well as the livelihood development. So for example, in the past 6 years, we've been built the model of, for example, batik mangrove, and then mangrove snacks, mangrove syrup, you know, and all of these projects. And we also put the biodiversity protections in terms of the inventory and also monitoring. And talking about silvofishery in Aceh, we are focusing more on crab. There is a potential that the soft shell crab is lack of supply. So the one that we're going to do in Q1 2026 is to giving them technical assistance, how to best proceed the soft shell crab with quality standards that market wants, and fulfill demand, existing demand so far before we even going scale up to market it overseas. And the next for soft shell crabs is we also want to try the crab hatchery inside the mangrove pond, and as well as the hard shell crab. So this is the solutions for us that we offer to community so that they will move from do illegal logging to convert this mangrove to become charcoal. And we're also excited that this project is, we're going to market it as well for aviation industry. So for audience that in also aviation industry, so happy to collaborate with you in order to accelerate this project, and we can also supply the carbon credits for you. And this is the timeline. So In Q4, we are on the PDD riding, and of course, we're monitoring our demo plot. We already have our pilots for planting and also restorations of mangrove, and we're going to try multiple methodologies for planting in order to have the best survival rate. And the project implementations will start in 2026. In which starting from capacity building, community training, infrastructure, and also the bigger scale tree planting. So now our team in the field is doing cultivations of the mangrove seedlings so that it will be ready for big scale reforestation next year. And yeah, open for collaboration. I think we're quite flexible and also open to any scheme. So the most common scheme for corporates to collaborate with us is the first is the project equity investment. If your corporate or the firms wants to have the return in terms of cash. And the second one, if you want to secure the carbon credit for long-term supply and allocations, we can also give you discounted price on pre-purchase mechanism. Or if you think that purchasing carbon credit is not something that you want to do it now, we also open if you want to have community programs pilots to our community. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and looking forward for the collaborations. Carbon Ethics, providing climate solution that regenerate lives.
Very interesting projects. In fact, right after this session, we actually have a talk show titling Coastal Restoration. So it is very, very relevant. Moving on to the next one, we have another project proposed by KIS Group, and I think it's energy from energy sector. Okay, so please welcome. She's the head of HSE from KIS Group, Luisa Jessica.
Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected government officials, industrial leaders, investors, and partners. Thank you for joining us today. On behalf of KIS Group Sustainability and our CEO KR Regunat, I'm very willing welcome to you our session. It is a pleasure to present how methane capture and bio-CNG solution can support to our shared goals in emission reduction, sustainability, and responsible industrial development. We appreciate your time and interest in exploring opportunities that contributes to both environmental protection and long-term economic value. So we are proud to share, we are KIS Group, we are Asia's largest producer of biogas, bio-CNG, carbon credit, and we have some rewards from World Top Biogas and from India and Indonesia. Yeah. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next. Next. Yeah. Okay. Next again. Yeah. For over 20 years, we have been driving energy transition and decarbonization across 14 countries and with more than 90 projects and strong partnership with global leaders like Mitsubishi Corporation and Responsability Switzerland. Yeah, and we have some of sustainability impact that you can see. We have 2 million biogas and under 1 million methane capture per day and direct green job, and also replacing 1 million meter cube of fossil fuel is equivalent to planting around about 4 million trees. Next. Yeah, our priority technologies, we have net zero as a service is our first global initiative from us, and also we have 0-point higher biogas reactor, we have bio-CNG production system, bio-clean purification technologies, bio-power energy solution, and also we have biohydrogen generation and ducted biogas for improving efficiency. For end-to-end implementation, we have project conceptualization and design, equipment manufacturing, turnkey project with operation and maintenance, technical consulting and technology licensing. Also for business model, we have production and supply of biomethane, bio-CNG, and also bio-LNG. We have BOOM or Build, Own, Operates, Manage, and carbon credit origination, management, and tradings. Next. Yeah. Next. Okay. Yeah, we have some of feedstock organic waste. We have POME or palm oil meal effluent, EFB, press mud, cow dung, sago waste, napier grass, pig waste, food waste, and some of organic waste. And for our technology handle different feedstock, we have 0-pound higher biogas reactor, 0-pound higher biogas Jaeger, 0-pound higher biogas hybrid, and also 0-pound higher biogas 2-tank system. For our technology to make a bio-CNG, we have BioClean Scrubber, VBSA for bio-CNG, and hybrid type for bio-CNG, and also membrane type for bio-CNG. With the bioproduct result, we have biogas power, biomethane, bio-LNG or biohydrogen, and bio-CO2, and bioliquid fertilizer, and also biosulfur recovery and carbon credits. Yeah, next. Yeah. For our Indonesia energy transition proven model projects with case study, you can look our real example of success and partnership in Indonesia. This slide represents our flagship project Yukindo, a decarbonized palm oil mill in Sumatra, and the flow at the top show our journey from palm oil plantation and mill to produce POME, and we methane capture, and we develop in methane bio-CNG, biomethane plant and bio-CNG, and also we deliver by trucking to Unilever, and this is a decarbonized industry. These are three measures of major achievement highlighted. First one is 55,000 tons of CO2 emission reduction annually to achieve through methane capture and fossil fuel displacement, and directly supporting Indonesia national decarbonization pathway. And the second one is energy security enhancement. The plant produce around 180,000 MMBTU per year of bio-CNG to replacing fossil fuel for major industrial clients. And the third one, industrial decarbonization companies like Unilever and many others benefit from renewable biomethane to lower scope emission in their processing facilities. In the middle, you can see in the green truck, and this is a bio-CNG transportation system that deliver renewable gas to buyers. Overall, PT Yukindo represent a complete and proven model from methane capture at the mill level to renewable energy supply and to clear and measurable emission reduction. Next. Yeah. This one, our Indonesia commercial bio-CNG project plan successfully operating since January 2024 and award-winning in leader in bio-CNG and carbon reduction. The first one, our first commercial bio-CNG projects in Yukindo, North Sumatra, has been operating successfully since January 2024, followed by Tasik Raja in April 2025, and we now operated 2 commercial bio-CNG plant. That for Yukindo project, we produce 360 MMBTU per day bio-CNG capacity, and for Tasik Raja, we produce 530 MMBTU per day bio-CNG capacity. This plant supply renewable gas to industrial buyers and demonstrates full-scale commercial readiness. And we have award on October 2025, Yukindo Project received ASEAN-wide awards as Indonesia first commercial bio-CNG project celebrated in Kuala Lumpur by ASEAN Award. And this recognized reflects project excellence, technology reliability, and measurable decarbonization impact. And our expansion projections show a significant increase in bio-CNG plants commissioned each year and linear growth in carbon reduction, multi-million ton CO2 reduction available for industrial buyers, and this demonstrates strong scalability potential and long-term supply stability for green energy and carbon reduction. Next. Yeah, please watch our video of Indonesia first commercial bio-CNG plant successfully operating since January 2024.
The first commercial bio-CNG plant in Indonesia is commissioned in January 2024. This is first such circular economy, net zero ecosystem project in the region and in Asia, and probably in the world. This project captures methane from the palm waste, thereby reducing pollution. This helps to decarbonize palm plantation and mill. The captured methane is converted to bio-CNG. The bio-CNG is used in Unilever to replace natural gas to achieve decarbonization to move towards net zero of Unilever, and transported to Unilever in bio-CNG-driven truck. This decarbonized the transportation sector. This project generated 28 permanent green jobs for local community. This project is reducing import of natural gas annually around 120,000 million British thermal units. Thank you for watching.
Next. Yeah, and please watch our second commercial bio-CNG plant in Indonesia, successfully operating and inaugurated in April 2025.
Indonesia's second commercial bio-CNG plant is inaugurated. This is also our second bio-CNG plant built on build, own and operate model. This is also the largest bio-CNG plant in Southeast Asia. We extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed partners, Unilever and Anglo Eastern Plantation Group. This project achieving energy security for Indonesia by reducing pollution. We sincerely thank Indonesia government for the excellent support. We own and operate Asia's largest bio-CNG transportation fleets driven by bio-CNG trucks. Thanks for watching. Indonesia's second commercial bio...
Yeah, and this one, how Unilever sharing the success story of bio-CNG to decarbonize and energy transition, and also our impact project. And by 20, and we from the waste to energy, KIS deliver USD 10 million in biomethane and fossil fuel saving by 2030. Next. And please watch our video share by Unilever on success story to bio-CNG to decarbonize.
How is Unilever turning waste into renewable energy for its operations?
My name is Raghunath. I'm the founder and CEO of KIS Group. Unilever has a desire to achieve net zero. We're helping Unilever to decarbonize its manufacturing facility in Indonesia. Our company is involved in capturing methane from organic waste to produce biomethane. We compress it and we transport to Unilever facility to replace your natural gas.
What is the impact of this partnership?
So here we have multiple benefits. Unilever Indonesia achieves decarbonization and the country becomes more independent of energy imports. Without Unilever, this wouldn't happen, to put it that simple. So it's a great thing to happen.
Next.
How is
navigating the path to carbon neutrality through methane capturing from organic agriculture waste. And ladies and gentlemen, this slide summarizes the core of what we do at KIS Group Sustainability, capturing methane from organic agriculture waste and transforming it into clean energy and measurable climate impact. On the left, you can see case 1, biomethane production from POME or EFB. This is methane that would normally be emitted from open lagoon. By capturing it, we prevent a powerful greenhouse gas from entering the atmosphere and convert it into useful renewable energy. This process generates emission reduction that can be clearly measured. And for the case 2, biomethane from energy crop, this case is different. It does not generate methane emission, so there are no methane reduction credits, but it still produces renewable methane, biomethane without pollution. So in the center, our complete pathways from capture, convert, replace, and earn. We capture methane from the waste stream. We convert it into bio-CNG or biomethane, and we replace fossil fuel industry and transportation. And we earn emission reduction that are transparent and database. So you will see what KIS can offer. Turnkey waste to energy solution, biomethane upgrading technologies, carbon credit origination support, and green energy supply for industry through our net zero as a service model. This is a slide set to foundation for how we turn agriculture waste into climate value. So for the environmental impact, for case 1, where methane is captured from POME lagoon, so the methane avoidance creates 50,000 tons of CO2 reduction per year. This reduction support the host countries' climate targets, and additional reduction come from replacing fossil fuel with biomethane from 5,000 tons per year. So total climate impact around 55,000 tons CO2 annually. So we maintain clear boundaries, so there is no double counting. For case 2, using energy traps, there are no biomethane emissions, so no biomethane reduction credit, but biomethane produced still reduce emission when used to replace fossil fuel. This fossil fuel displacement contributes around 5,000 tons CO2 per year. Carbon credit or reduction are allocated based on clear and transparent boundaries. In short, case 1 produced both methane avoidance reduction and fossil fuel replacement production, while case 2 only produce fossil fuel replacement reduction. So next. And our verified CDM and carbon credit project. So this is our slideshow, our portfolio of methane recovery projects that have generated verified emission reduction and are available for transaction. There's a long-running wastewater treatment methane avoidance projects across Indonesia. You can see our project 9197 in North Sumatra, methane recovery from wastewater treatment, and next to project 2621 in North Sumatra also, and also duration from 2009 to 2030, and the next two in Bengkulu and also in North Sumatra in CPA 1 and also CPA 4. And the last one in CPA 5 in Central Kalimantan. This project supported by long-term methane monitoring and transparent documentation. They provide a reliable option for buyers seeking high integrity emission reduction based on methane mitigation for industrial waters. Yeah, next. Yeah, and our project information notes. Let's begin from our flagship projects in KIS Biofuel Yukindo project located in Langkat, North Sumatra. This project capture methane from industrial wastewater using our patented zero-pond higher biogas reactor cover lagoon system. Instead of allowing methane of escape into atmosphere, where it would have over 80 times for more warming impact than CO2. We capture it, upgrade it, and convert it into renewable bio-CNG. So here the key highlights. It's produced around 21,000 meter cube of renewable every day, and this equal around 360 MMBTU per day of bio-CNG, so directly replacing fossil fuel used in industry. The project operated with a clear monitoring framework, including continuous methane and biogas flow measurement. So its generate estimate for 55,000 ton of CO2 reduction annually, and the project is registered within an established verification system and giving buyer confidence in transparency and environmental reliability. This is a strong and stable asset for partners seeking verified methane mitigation with direct renewable energy substitution. Yeah, on the right side you can see a selected of our another project interest information notes for using the methane capture technologies. The site located in across Riau and North Sumatra region, and with a large of agri-industrial wastewater treatment plant system, making methane capture highly impactful. So include our project include KISS Biofuel, BPG, KISS Biofuel PHLM, KISS Biofuel LPYM, and KISS Biofuel BSP. And so what you need this project is consistent methane capture performance, long-term operational data, structure monitoring protocols, and clear emission reduction profile and suitable for carbon transaction. So together this project strengthen our portfolio and provide buyers with diverse sourcing option, whether they need steady annual reduction, long-term supply, or the ability to diversify across multiple sites. So this multi-project ecosystem also support risk reduction for buyers and enhance continuity of credit delivery. So it's mean access a portfolio that is a methane focus delivering fast impact reduction, monitor with transparent data, giving confidence in quality, and scalable with additional site available for expansion. The most importantly, ready for immediate transaction discussion. So for industry seeking reliable high impact reduction, particularly those working toward decarbonization goals, this project offer a practical and proven pathway. So next, yeah. In short, our message is clear: capture more, decarbonize faster, and trade smarter with KIS Group Sustainability. Our climate journey continues, and we warmly welcome buyers, investor, and policy partner to explore collaboration with us throughout COP30, and we look forward collaboration with you and welcoming you to the KIS and Bio-CNG Partnership Network. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica from KIS Group. As you heard from her, it's a company that provide end-to-end services as well in building green projects in Indonesia and other part of the world. Okay, the next one we have, also the last one, is derived from waste sector, especially palm oil. We have Pak Takdim, he's the head of sustainability and operations from PT Nagata Bioenergy.
Hello, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this global sessions. A true honors to deliver this before you today at COP30. My name is Takdim, representing Nagata Bioenergy, part of ABM Investamo Group. Allow me to introduce a carbon project that represents both Indonesia's commitment to climate action and our tangible contribution to the global net zero pathway. I'd like to share with you how we transform the palm oil mill effluent, or POME, one of the larger sources of methane emission in the palm oil industry, into clean energy, verified carbon reduction, and meaningful community impacts. So these projects represent a scalable, measurable climate solution aligned with Indonesia's NGC and the Paris Agreement. But before we dive into the technical details, the numbers, we'd like to begin by showing you the heart of these projects, the people, the place, and the purpose behind it. So please enjoy this brief introduction through the project video. Please.
Indonesia's palm oil industry sustains the economy, but it also carries a hidden climate challenge. Its wastewater releases methane, a greenhouse gas 80 times more potent than CO2 in the short term. Here at Nagita Bioenergy, we prevent 129,331 cubic meters of methane from escaping into the air. Instead, we capture it and turn it into 30,244 megawatt hours of clean electricity. What used to be palm oil waste is now renewable energy through anaerobic digestion. The impact goes beyond emission reduction. This project empowers local communities, creates green jobs, and supports Indonesia's climate commitments. Every carbon credit from this plant represents real, measurable change. Sukadamai Biogas Power Plant is proof of ABM Investama's commitment. With our scale and experience, we deliver credible and impactful decarbonization solutions. We are your partner in climate action. Our carbon credits are verified, traceable, and built with integrity. Let's work together to achieve our climate goals.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. So every year, our projects process around 130,000 meter cubic of POME, capturing methane that would otherwise be released into atmosphere and converted into around 30,000 megawatt hours of renewable electricity. This will directly displacing fossil fuel-based power from the grids. So from 2021 to 23, the project achieved 121,000 ton CO2 equivalent of verified reductions, averaging around 40,000 ton CO2 equivalent per year. Yeah, this is like taking nearly 9,000 cars off the road every year, I guess. So all credits are issued under Indonesia's National Registry System, SRN, we call it, verified and tradable through IDX Carbon, providing transparency and traceable for buyers. Next. The project itself, located in South Kalimantan, operating since August 2020 under 15 years BOT agreement scheme with host partner. The electricity produced is supplied 24/7, base load renewable power to PLN, or Indonesia state-owned utility company. This long-term structure will ensure consistent feedstock, stable operation, and predictable carbon credit issuance. This is, we think, as a key consideration for buyers seeking reliable vintages. Next. Our system integrated anaerobic digesters for methane captures, biogas treatment units, and two 1.2 megawatt gas engines. So the methane from POME is captured and converted into electricity. We also use real-time SCADA monitoring systems there, supported by manual calibrations, it allowing accurate, auditable, and measurement and transparency. This is critical for high-integrity carbon programs. So the climate benefit comes from two sources. One is from methane avoidance and fossil grid electricity displacement. Next. Independent verification result show that we achieve around 82% of the projected emission reductions. This is demonstrating strong operational stability. Our emission profile is consistent year by year, making our project is a dependable source of methane mitigation credits. This is important for buyers who seek both environmental integrity and reliably issued credits. Next. Our program follows two national methodologies aligned with CDM standards. MSEP 14, biogas to electricity. This is equivalent to AIM-IS 1.D. MSLE 9, methane capture from POME. This is equivalent with AIM-IS 3.H. This will ensure measurement, reporting, and verification. MRV is rigor, data reliability, and alignment with Article 6 compatible frameworks. Next. Beyond carbon, the project creates tangible community benefits, 40 plus jobs during construction and 8 long-term skilled jobs, improve wastewater treatment compliant with discharge standards, reduce odor and pollutant risk around the mill, education program and site visits that will enhance local awareness of renewable energy. So the buyers will also gain an impact story to SDGs 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Next. We believe trust is built through transparency. All data is monitored through SCADA and validated by independent verifiers appointed and accredited by the Ministry of Environment. Verified reductions are visible and traceable in the SRN, ensuring strong environment integrity and robust governance. This offers buyer confidence in the accuracy and accountability of every credit issued. So our project developer, PT Nagata Bioenergy, is work closely with independent experts to maintain high quality MRV standards. Next. Partnering with us will help buyer gain a credible climate impact narrative, such as meet climate commitments with high impact methane mitigation credits, strengthen ESG and sustainability disclosure, support Indonesia's green transition and national climate targets, and demonstrated authentic community-centered climate action to stakeholders. So this is not just a transactions. It is a strategic climate partnership for us. Next. So as we gather here in COP13 Brazil, we invite global partners to join us in accelerating Indonesia's decarbonizations. So by partnering with us, you directly contributed to methane reductions, renewable electricity productions, and community development for sure, all aligned with the Paris Agreement. So thank you all. I remain open for future discussions and look forward opportunities with you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Pak Takdim, for the presentation from Nagata Bioenergy. So that's all we have for today. And we have two QR codes for you from, on my right-hand side, it's a expression of interest form in case you need to know more about the projects that just presented and the previous projects that we presented in the past couple of days. You can scan and you can select it. We have a list of projects which you can select from and then we'll take it from there. And on my left-hand side, this is in case you need to find out more about the mechanisms in carbon trading or carbon market in Indonesia. You'll get, just follow the prompt and then you'll get the appointment tomorrow between 1 to 3 with someone from IDX Carbon, which is the Indonesian carbon exchange. Okay, and if you have question in regards to projects, I think about 4 projects from KIS group, we have the person right here, Jessica still here. You can approach her directly. So I guess that's it for today. Thank you very much for your attendance. Let's collaborate in pursuing action in reversing the climate crisis impact and to ensure a truly sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk, With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that low carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance. which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GCGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance. which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GCGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation. Our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
our homeland, a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. In the oil and gas business, we are a cost leader, operating fields producing over 300 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, of which 70% is gas production. In the power business, we generate more than 4,000 gigawatt hour per year. Cleaner energy is our way to move forward, and with our power business, we aim to support the transition towards low-carbon energy, championing geothermal resources and the power of the sun. Through the copper and gold mining business, we contribute to the energy electrification, supporting the climate change agenda. Medco Energy remains committed to sustainable growth and the well-being of future generations for many years to come.
As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation, exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity.
Did you know that blue carbon ecosystems like seagrasses absorb carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than trees? The ocean is in crisis, but with action, it can become a sustainable driver of economic growth. GGI works across Asia, Africa, the Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean to restore ecosystems, empower communities, and build a resilient blue economy. GGI's work is guided by 3 pillars that shape our global approach. Pillar 1 is resilient blue bioeconomy. Pillar 2 is marine industries and low carbon transport. Pillar 3 is blue carbon and sustainable finance, which we unlock climate finance through blue carbon markets, blue bonds, and debt for nature swaps to support long-term coastal resilience.
GCGI will be with you on the journey to turn our oceans from a sea of crisis to a sea of hope.
Indonesia, the world's largest archipelagic nation, our ocean holds our planet's future. But today, it is under threat due to the impact of climate change. It is also our greatest climate ally, so we believe amplifying the ocean climate nexus is essential. Indonesia Ocean Justice Initiative is a think tank committed to ensuring justice for the ocean and for those who depend on it. We support Indonesia through several strategic programs. We provide detection, legal analysis, and case assistance against IUU fishing and assist in maritime security policy development. We advocate for the protection of fishers' rights, including decent work, legal protection, and equitable access to marine resources. We provide assistance in the implementation of safeguards to ensure that carbon initiatives uphold environmental integrity and community rights. We support effective law enforcement against mangrove deforestation and drives long-term protection. We call for a paradigm shift in environmental law grounded in 5 main principles. Through our partnerships, research, advocacy, and enforcement supports, we strengthen Indonesia's leadership in ocean governance.
Each day comes with great possibilities. Because we must keep moving. Drive solutions. So we can construct a better, stronger, and more resilient future. We are SIG. We're a leading building solutions company in Indonesia. Our innovations and solutions enable us to deliver effective results every single time. They're efficient, high-performing, and environment-friendly. Together, they support sustainable transformations and go beyond next with SIG.
At the heart of Indonesia's industrial growth stands Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, the largest nickel downstream industrial hub in Southeast Asia. With 52 companies operating within the park, producing high-tech nickel-based products, we support the global energy transition from stainless steel to electric vehicle battery materials. Beyond industry, we are committed to sustainability, reducing emissions, advancing clean energy, restoring the environment, and uplifting local communities. Indonesia Morowali Industrial Park, building a globally competitive, environmentally responsible industry, and contributing to the world's green economy.
Pupuk Indonesia is a state-owned enterprises company. Currently, Pupuk Indonesia is home to 9 subsidiaries, engaging in the fields of 5 fertilizer company and 4 non-fertilizer company, which consists of logistics, food, trading and EPC company. PT Pupuk Indonesia is committed to driving sustainable business practices through its ESG initiatives, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing its environmental, social, and governance standards. These efforts align with global sustainability goals and strengthen the company's reputation in the global fertilizer industry. In 2024, a 13% emission reduction compared to the business-as-usual (BAU) scenario was achieved. By 2030, approximately 96% of the emission reduction will be achieved through energy efficiency programs. By 2050, around 86% of the emission reduction will come from the conversion of gray ammonia to clean ammonia.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create subholdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us in Indonesia Pavilion. While waiting for the VIPs to arrive, I would like to ask a random question. Anyone have been to Raja Ampat? Just a few. All of you missed out. It has a very, very beautiful coastline, and its coral reef is one of the richest biodiversity in the world. Okay, I'll switch my question. Anyone been to Alor Island? Have you heard of that? Well, it's a home to various sea creatures, including dog-toothed tuna and hammerhead sharks. Maybe I'll go international. Maldives. No? What else? I can't think of anything now because you all disappoint me, okay? That's okay. We want to learn about this coastal ecosystems. We have three: mangrove, seagrass, coral reef, and I'm sure there are many more. So these ecosystems are very, very important and very, very valuable resources that we have, providing critical services such as coastal protection. Anybody know what are they for? If you can answer, I promise I'll give you something from this pavilion, and it's very, very awesome. What are these ecosystems for? You're here for some reasons, right? Okay, yes? Yes, okay, I owe you one. One more, if you could answer my question. Anyone would have a take? Are you a friend? Or did you tell something to her? Okay, what is it? Yes, okay. So all of those, as well as food security for us human, and income generation through fisheries as well as tourism. But as the climate change accelerates, these ecosystems face increasing stress through or from the ocean warming and pollution. I would like to invite our keynote speaker to set the context for all of us. He is the Deputy Minister of Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control from the Ministry of Environment, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rasio Rido Sani, aka Pak Roy.
Thank you, Ibu Mona, for warm welcome to all participants, distinguished speakers with us here, and also moderator Pak Dr. Suryo Abibowo, distinguished speakers, Dr. Zaki Mubarak, also Dr. Ahmad Adib Susilo, Mr. Said Muhadar, Dr. Hazudungan, also Martin Kraus and Catherine Littenberg. I would like to welcome to all of you in this very important session about coastal ecosystem, mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef. And so you know that Indonesians is one of the richest, and then about this ecosystem. It's why that it's honor to me speak to you today on behalf of the Ministry of Environment as Deputy for Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control at Indonesian pavilions during COP30 here in Belem under the theme Coastal Ecosystem, Mangrove, Seagrass, Coral Reef, and Climate Mitigation from Local Action to Global Collaboration. Coastal ecosystems, namely mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef, play vital roles in both climate change and mitigation. They are life support system, storing vast amount of carbon, safeguarding biodiversity, stabilizing shoreline, and sustaining millions of livelihoods. Globally, ecosystems are estimated to store up 5 times more carbon per hectare than terrestrial forests. In many occasions, people discuss a lot about this carbon stored in forests. But today we discuss is the most richest and larger store of our carbon. This is mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef ecosystem. Indonesia is well known as the world's most marine rich nation, carries a special responsibility. Our country hosts around 23% of the world's mangrove forest, with existing around 3 million hectares, and 80% of the world's coral reef covered with an area around more than 5,000 kilometers square, and extensive seagrass meadows covering almost 3,000 kilometers square that together contribute a significant share of global blue carbon reserve. Distinguished participants, yet despite their immense value, these ecosystems are under serious threat. Climate change continues to drive rising sea temperature, ocean acidification, and sea level rise, all of which weaken the resilience of our coast. At the same time, the coastal development, pollution, and destructive practice accelerate the loss of mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef. I do believe that all of you have seen this situation. Yes? And I do believe most of you have seen mangrove, coral reef, and seagrass. Scientific studies warn that if global warming exceeds 1.5 degrees Celsius, up to 90% of coral reef could face severe degradation. We are already witnessing this mass bleaching event, declining fisheries, and increased vulnerability of coastal communities. Beyond ecological threat, we face practical barriers, limited financing for large-scale restoration, fragmented governance across sectors, and uneven access to science, data, and technology. This challenge highlights one truth, that while local action is essential, global collaboration is dispensable. Acknowledge these previous resources, Indonesian government is committed to protecting 30% of our marine coastal area, around 97.5 million hectares of our territory by 2025. It also will mark 100 years of our independence. Indonesia also taken concrete and ambitious steps. We are implementing a national mangrove rehabilitation program targeting about 4,000 hectares by 2027, integrating coastal ecosystem restoration in our nationally determined contribution and advancing innovative financing such as the Indonesian Coral Reef Bond. Furthermore, we just stipulate government regulation number 27, year 2025 regarding the mangrove protection and management to enhance the implementation of our mangrove protection plan. This is, I think, remarkable achievement to us in order to improve our capacity and our authority to strengthen our mangrove protection and management. Most importantly, we are also putting local community at the center because they are not just beneficiaries, they are true stewards to this ecosystem. Distinguished participants, we recognize that effective solutions are require multi-stakeholder approach. Mitigation through nature-based solution, adaptation via ecosystem resilience, sustainable livelihood for coastal community, and resilient government framework. For example, when mangrove restoration is coordinated with seagrass and coral reef management, the combination benefit extend from enhanced carbon sequestration and coastal defense to improve fishery productivity. We encounter numerous challenges in our marine and coastal ecosystem, both at regional and global level. To tackle this issue, we need to recognize the need collaboration. utilizing our strength, addressing our weakness together. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished participant, to help our coastal ecosystem is intimately tied to healthy of our climate, our economy, and our society. Indonesia stand ready to work with all partners and stockholders to transform ambition into from local source to global collaboration so that mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef continue to provide for present and future generation. And today also, we can learn from all our prominent resource, yeah, from UNEP, from UNOF, also from Indonesian. We do believe that by exchange our experience, exchange our knowledge from locals' experience into the global action, we do believe once again we can make our better life, especially for our ecosystem, mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef. Thank you very much. Please, we enjoy this session and we can learn from each other. Thank you very much, Ibu Mona. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Pak Roy, for the keynote highlighting the importance of all these ecosystems. So recognizing the importance of seagrass, mangrove, and coral reefs on this panel discussion, we're going to explore how these ecosystems are being integrated into the climate policy and action across all governance levels. And we are going to identify the opportunities to enhance collaboration on integrated marine and the coastal governance. So for that, I would like to call upon all the speakers. The first one is the head of Food Security, Marine Affairs, and Agriculture Service of Jakarta. He won't be able to join in person, but we have his representative is going to join online. He is Imam Fitrianto, the head of Marine, also from the same institution. Second, he is the head of Public Relations and International Cooperation Bureau from MMAF, Bapak Zaki Mubarak. Senior Advisor, the Audit Board of Indonesia, Bapak Ahmad Adib Susilo. Director for Coastal and Marine Pollution and Degradation Control from Ministry of Environment Indonesia, Bapak Said Muhadar. Director of the Climate Change Division, UNEP, Martin Croze. Am I right? Thank you. Oh, the only lady we have today. Lucky to have you. Otherwise, it will be all male on the panel. Project Management Specialist from UNOPS. This is another challenging one. I hope I get this right. Kajsa Hartman. To lead the session, we have the Senior Advisor to the Minister of the Environment, Bapak Suryo Adiwibowo. Over to you, Pak.
Good afternoon. The climate right now is actually more preferable for us because outside are getting rain and bigger. So I hope this is the situation are not hot. You all of you can enjoy our discussion. And then Mona already introduced one by one. I'm not repeat it one again. Then I will call our first speaker. Only 10 minutes, each of you, and don't be hesitant to stop before 10 minutes. So I will call Pak, first you call me Pak Hasudung. Pak Zaki, okay, Mr. Zaki. Would you please, you can use also, yeah? Yeah, the online is Mr. Adib. Here. Selamat siang, ya. Online, Mr. Hasudungan Sidabalok, oke. Oh?
Halo.
Okay, thank you. Pak Zaki, silakan. Pardon? Bapak aja dulu. Bapak dulu. Pak Zaki, please.
All right. Thank you, Pak Suryo, Pak Deputy, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zaki Mubarak. I'm from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And it is a great honor to be part of this event. And I would like to deliver the presentation concerning how to strengthen coral reef management and blue economy for climate resilience. Before going further, I would like to focus my presentation on coral reefs due to time constraints. Next slide. Yeah, as we are all aware from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, we have 5 main priorities of our programs. It consisting of 3 pillars. First of all, how to ensure the ocean and the resources. Second pillar is how to ensure sustainable fisheries activities. And then third pillar is how to ensure sustainable marine ecology. So first is ocean and the resources, second is fish, and the third one is about marine ecology. In many occasions, our Minister Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, always emphasizes that he said that ecology should be a panglima. Ecology should be commander-in-chief. So it is very important for all of us, in particular from Indonesia's perspective, from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries perspective, that ecology should be the top priority above all. About human, about about human and about economy. So ecology should be top priority. From the first pillar, ocean and their resources, we have program of expansion of marine protected area. And then for second pillar, we have 2 programs. First is quota-based measure fishing. It is principally, if you want to catch fish in the ocean, it should be based on certain quota allocation. It should be based on maximum sustainable yield. So it will be sustainable in the future. And the third one is how to have aquaculture development in sustainable way. For the third pillar, that is sustainable marine ecology, we have 2 main programs. First is surveillance and control on coastal areas and small islands. And the last one is cleaning up the marine plastic waste through fishermen participation. Marine pollution, I would like to add a little bit. Marine pollution is very important for Indonesia. If we want to see the geopolitics of Asia Pacific, Indonesia not only a contributor but also victim in Asia Pacific. Marine plastic, mostly when going through Indonesian archipelagic sea lane, it comes from Pacific islands. It comes where there is a Pacific garbage patch. It goes further into Indonesia and going to archipelagic sea lane, and then it goes into Indian Ocean. So that's why it is very important for countries in Indo-Pacific to have further a strengthened collaboration. Next slide. For marine conservation, I would like to focus 2 main topics. First is conservation area. We're talking about the proportion, the adequacy of marine proportion. And for the second one is area of conservation zones, how to make it effectively managed. It goes into the discussion of ecological and socio-economic benefits or impacts of conservation areas. We have 3 references First, we can reference to global agenda, that is, among others, ECBD, Convention on Biological Diversity. There are some parameters on it, such as how to reduce the loss of marine areas that are very important to biodiversity. Second is how to make conservation areas preserved and effectively managed. And for the national agenda, we have RPJMN and PRJPNN, in which there are some indicators on it, such as per capita income derived from healthy ocean-based economic activities. It is also, one of the indicators is food security or food resources, or food sources supported by productive marine resources. The third one is how to reduce emissions through management of blue carbon ecosystem. And the last one, it is very important how to make Indonesia as a leader in achieving the global biodiversity agenda. And for the perspective of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, from the perspective of blue economy, we have program what we call as 30 by 45. So it is MAF's version of 30 by 30 global agenda. There are three main indicators. First is how to strengthen marine protection. Secondly, how to safeguard fish spawning habitats, blue carbon ecosystems, and protected or threatened fish species. And the last one is how to support fish production through what we call as quota-based measure fishing. Next slide. This is the latest status of our marine conservation. As of 2024, the total MPS 567. The total area reached 29.9 million hectare. It is registered in nautical chart 74 marine protected areas. And our target in 2030, it can be established 32.5 million hectares. So I think if we refer to our current achievement, 29.9 million hectares, we are very optimistic that by 2045, we can achieve our target. Next slide. Based on our analysis, when we establish marine conservation, there are three fundamental causes. First is, as you may aware, Indonesia is huge. We have a lot of islands, 17,000 more islands. And it is very, very challenging for us to establish marine conservation, particularly when it comes into remote locations, and in which we have limited access, leading to management costs. So it is costly to establish marine conservation in remote areas. Secondly, intensive use of resources by local communities. If we want to establish marine conservation areas, in many cases there are some activities that are already being conducted by locals. And how we cope with the problem. That's the challenging issue that we have on the ground. The third one is the impacts of activities outside the area. The existing management that we have it is very generic, or it is very general and not yet specifically focused on particular conservation target. Second one, access and utilizations of the area are not better managed yet. And then institution, human resources, funding, as well as infrastructure and facilities are limited. And we have also, a challenging issue on technology. It is not yet integrated with climate change issues, marine spatial management, and coastal management. The solutions that we offer to overcome these challenging issues is development of thematic conservation areas focusing on three main areas: fisheries resources, biodiversity, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. Second one is how to make a sound monitoring system and data management by using technology. And the third one, we have to establish legislation. This is very important. Institutional strengthening, human resources knowledge, and the last one, how we develop skills and infrastructure and facilities. And the last one is leveraging multi-stakeholder partnerships, international agendas and conventions. Next slide. One of the key issues in managing conservation areas is coral reef degradation caused by human activities and impacts of climate change. And one of the necessary efforts in coral reef restoration is establishing a stock center. There are several aspects when establishing stock center. One is using good quality seed. Second one is it should ensure right species for local conditions. And the third one, it should benefit for local communities. And the last one is choosing a priority area. Next slide. In its implementation, there are at least three key areas that must be prioritized. Okay. Can I add 2 minutes, Pak? I try to negotiate.
How about 1 minute?
All right.
Okay.
1.5. All right, 1 minute. I'm going to speed up my presentation. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. We have supports from several NGOs from non-state budget. The biggest one is from TFCCA, Tropical Forest and Coral Reef Conservation Act, in which I think it's 570 million US dollars. The second one, it comes from Ocean for Development and etc. Next slide. It is the conservation partnership that we have now. You can see from here, there are 31 locations and 13 partners from NGOs. Next slide. We have also partnerships with universities, 27 partnerships consisting of 15 provinces and 20 nationals or cross-working areas. The last one, this is the summary, I think, how to bridge national actions with international support. We have very close collaboration with CTI, Coral Triangle Initiative. There are 5 country members of CTI. The objective of CTI is addressing food security, climate change, and marine biodiversity through collective regional action. And also, as I mentioned before, accelerating sustainable financing with international partners. Among others is through the FCCA. And the last one, we have program on ocean accounting and data, collaborated with the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. It is a framework that integrates environmental, economic, and social data to inform sustainable ocean management and policy. I think that is 1 minute, Pak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Mubarak. And follows after this is Mr. Adib Susilo. Please, for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, valued participants of this discussion. Learning from the first speaker, moderator, let me try to be Dominic Corretto and fast and furious to deliver my presentation. Yeah, before 10 minutes, I will finish my presentation. I'll try my best. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Adib. I come from the Audit Board of Indonesia, the supreme audit institution in Indonesia, and it is a big honor for me to be here joining all of you at Indonesia Pavilion COP30 in Belem. I have been serving my office for 30 years, so today in this dialog session, I'd like to deliver presentation regarding our experiences in doing blue economy audit. And I want to discuss the importance of transparency and accountability in conducting blue economy program. So when we talk about accountability, we talk about governance, and next we talk about audit, because audit is done to ensure that the accountability, transparency, and also the governance take place by the government. Later on, I would like to share our experience in doing coastal audit, coastal related audit. Last year we did audit on these matters, and also in the next presentation, I will try to ask all of you to join us in enhancing the transparency and accountability of ecosystem or environmental program. So, next slide, please. Yes, okay. As Mr. Deputy mentioned earlier that Indonesia has huge mangrove habitat, 3.4 hectares of mangrove habitats, and also Indonesia has 47 species of mangrove, and to preserve this ecosystem, I believe that our government, Indonesia government, has been planning many programs related to this ecosystem. As part of this commitment, since then, the government of Indonesia conducting many SDGs related program. One of them is coastal ecosystem restoration. As you can see on the screen, that Indonesia is to restore 600,000 hectares of mangrove ecosystem between 2021 until 2030 period. And to do this program, the government of Indonesia has secured funding from the World Bank, amounted of $400 million US, and also backed by the state budget annually, I believe, and in order to accelerate the successfulness and effectiveness of the program, and also to ensure the transparency and accountability of the fund disbursed, we do need an audit on this program, which done by a capable and credible institution. So, next slide, please. That's why, for the sake of current and future generations, my office, conduct a series of blue economy audit. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, that to evaluate the successfulness of the program, also to evaluate the transparency, we do audit under ISAIS 3000 standard, which is recognized as International Performance Audit Standard established by INTOSAI, the organization of supreme audit institutions around the world. And this standard requires us, an auditor, to undergo an independent audit. also to undergo a risk-based audit as well as an impact-oriented audit. So we have to do independent audit, risk-based audit, and impact-oriented audit. I'd like to speed up. When we do audit on blue economy, we focus on effectiveness of the program, the efficiency of the fund disbursed, and also the economy of resource management. Next slide, please. In addition to the standard, we also employ the robust methodology in doing SDGs audit, in doing coastal ecosystem audit by employing SDGs audit model. So by employing this method, we align the audit work with the SDGs program set by the governments. So by employing this method, we evaluate not only the integrity, but also the result of the process. And we ensure that audit finding, if any, will be translated and transformed into actionable and impactful recommendation. So every recommendation is aligned with SDGs principles, guaranteeing that no one is overlooked, and that climate finance is dedicated transparently to the most impactful sectors, thereby optimizing social, economical, and also ecological returns. Next slide, please. This is a picture of a series of audit we have done. Actually, we have a long experience in doing environmental audit. To name some, we did audit on flood management, we did audit on river management, we also did audit on disaster management. For example, a long time ago, in 2005, we did audit, a massive and comprehensive audit on rehabilitation program of Aceh tsunami disaster 20 years ago. Since Paris Agreement took place, the INTOSE, the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, has encouraged all members, all SAI, Supreme Audit Institutions around the world, all over the world, to support their respective government in achieving Paris Agreement. And by doing audit and providing government with beneficial recommendations. So BPK, our office, is also committed to support the government of Indonesia by doing a series of audit since 2017. We can see on the screen when we did seawall audit. To support and provide the government with a robust recommendation, and since then we do audit on seawall, fisheries, coastal area management, and also aquaculture. And this year we are doing audit on blue economy audit, still ongoing.
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So I felt to be Dominic Toretto, yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. This is what we did last year. We do performance audit of mangrove rehabilitation. This audit is aimed to evaluate how effectively the government implements community-based mangrove rehabilitation across Indonesia. So as Pak Deputy mentioned earlier that Indonesia government has a program named community-based mangrove rehabilitation, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Next slide, please. As I this calendar that we need a credible and capable audit institution. Our office did all audit in this matter by leveraging innovation and high-end technology. For example, we deploy drone technology, we employ geotechnic and GIS, and also we develop a comprehensive data analysis system. We call it BDIX, Big Data Analytics, and also any other technology. So by the use of technology, I think is very critical for any audit we do, because by using the technology will accelerate the audit works and also resulting robust conclusion. Yeah. And the last slide, please. Go fast. Yeah. Next. This one. So by learning from the audit result, I do propose sustainable international collaboration and strengthening supreme audit institution capacity on blue economy auditing by providing blue economy audit training, utilizing high-end technology, also encouraging knowledge and experience sharing, and developing a shared knowledge and learning platform. We invite all global stakeholders, government, auditors, communities, to join us in enhancing audit capacity on this matter. And in other words, the last sentence, moderator, let us work together to ensure that each dollar, each euro is real. Brazil is real. Disbursed for Blue Economy Program will lead us to a great impact toward a better human life. Thank you, terima kasih, obrigado.
Thank you, Mr. Susilo. I think I learned from you today and also the other. The underwater drone, this is the first time I heard about that. It is very progressive, I think. Thank you. And the next speaker will be Mr. Syed Muhadar, my close friend since long time ago. Please, Pak.
Sorry, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Mr. Rashid Dosani. You provide already in this open mark this today. Hello. Okay. Thank you for Mr. Dosani. You already provide open marks this today. And then thank you for the speaker. And then thank you for Mas Bowo. You already give me floor for 10 minutes. I think 5 minutes is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon I want to confide integrated marine ecosystem in national climate policy pollution control frameworks. This is we take case in Indonesia. Like this is what we do. What did we do this year in Indonesia? And then next. So the importance of marine coastal ecosystem. Coastal marine ecosystem, mangrove, seagrass meadow, coral reef, coastal wetlands, act as carbon sink, and provide ecosystem service such as coastal protection, fisheries, habitat for biodiversity. In Indonesia, this ecosystem has value. It contributes a large part of the global blue carbon stock. And however, they under consultant treat from the land-based pollution, sediment, nutrient runoff, and plastic also. Coastal degradation, reclamation, dredging, and climate change, sea level rise, warming, and coral bleaching. This one still happen in Indonesia. Therefore, integrating the national climate and pollution control framework is pivotal. Ladies and gentlemen, next, key climate policy instrument in Indonesia, marine coastal ecosystem integrations. Currently, the second NDC may explicitly include the marine sector coastal marine ecosystem has been submitted in October 30, 2025. And then, marine coastal policy instrument, marine special planning, marine protection area, blue carbon ecosystem and initiative. Next. So, regulatory pollution control framework addressing land-based marine impacts. Key legal instruments. Law number 32, 229, Environmental Protection and Management. This one like this holy book for environmental, authorizing environmental and law. And then law number 32, 2014 in marine affairs, correct? Mr. Okay. Conferring marine environment protection, coastal marine and zone management. And then President Regulation number 83 of 2018 on the handling marine debris. State National Action Plan target reduce marine debris by 17% by 2025 when you compare to 2027. Special planning ecosystem-based adaptation tool, marine special planning, zoning and seagrass, mangrove and coastal buffer zones, ecosystem rehabilitation, reduce land-based sediment, nutrient flow, and maintain coral seagrass health mitigation, coastal degradation. Pollution control target, reduce marine debris. This one to be our target. Every day, every year, how to reduce marine debris. Addressing absent water land use impacts, regulation, coastal reclamation, dredging through gap remains. Next, this one map developed by World Bank. I think 2021's marine protection area. Please you look cross marks. This one map of the by government by World Banks, and the recolor map by World Bank now already become our regulation number 27 and number 2019 about the mangrove. And yellow color, coral reef, I hope this year and next month also already our regulation. This one just to discuss with my colleague Mr. Zaki, when I discuss will to be become regulation. So before we already discussed, I think 5 times with Mr. Zaki. And then coral reef, this one problem. And then seagrass, this one problem. Not yet discussed about this one. When we to be of the regulation. However, this one, I hope this month also we already discussed with maritime and fishery. Next, This one, ma'am, 2019, degree of the Minister Environment, Head of Environmental Protection Agency, number 219, concerning the national mangrove distribution for 2025 Indonesia mangrove area. Let Pak Deputy mention before, the area mangrove Indonesia 23%. When you compare the mangrove, what is the mangrove? So, who the responsible the mangrove? The first is the Ministry of Environment. The environment he do in the zona area, and then Ministry of Forestry he do the zona forest area, and then the Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries also will do the zona area. I mean, not forestry area. And next, this one, I think not important. This one next. This one we did do this year. Who did do this one? The government not budget for reclamation mangrove. So we invite the biggest company. We invite the sum of company who by a CSR or by compensation to reclamation this mangrove. This year, Sumatera Utara, Sumatera Barat, Bangka, and Papua, and so on. Yeah, it is still more than 2,000 hectares. So we target until 50,000 hectares in 2027, like Pak Deputy mentioned before. By theoretically, mangrove have capacity to absorb approximately 3 or 5 times more carbon than typical tropical forests, by theoretically. So next, this one, Indonesia no.
Time is up.
Okay, please 1 minute. Okay. Indonesia no so many when when reclamation mangrove to be tourism or destination. For example, mangrove forest park Langsa, one article described 50-meter toward to mangrove forest Langsa to be tourism landmarks. And then the forest park in Bali, we say Tahura Bali also to be tourism. This is very good. And then next, moment please, Pak Bowo. Coral, next, no, coral reef, okay. Coral reef. Repeat please, coral reef. Okay. Coral reef ecosystem restoration. Coral reef provide vital habitat for marine biodiversity and serve as natural barrier that protect coastlines from erosion and storm. They support fisheries and tourism contribution significantly to local and global economies. Reef also play a role in the carbon regulation and offer valuable resources for medical research and environmental education. And then next. So this one may be the lastly, right? No, we do marine litter in monitoring. So very close with UNEP and UNOP working. Also, I think you project in Indonesia also. we have conduct marine litter monitoring studies at 30 locations and in 15 provinces by 2025, namely in Aceh, Banten, West Java, Jakarta, Central Java, Yogyakarta, Java, East Java, Bali, West Nusa Tenggara, South Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, North Sulawesi, Central Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, and West Java. Currently, the result, if the study are still processed in bank form analysis. The last, next. So, coastal clean up. Routine coastal activity are carried out through Indonesia and involve the local governments, community, NGO, and private sector. This one until every year we do coastal clean up. When some company birthday and last year we invite them to do this clean up with us and people around. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Pak Said. I think one of the most important that I just heard from now, I heard that Indonesia already has the, your presentation, the Indonesia Plan of Action on Marine Plastic Debris. I think this is good news for us, and we wait for the implementation itself. Okay, we move forward. This will be addressed through online. Mr. Hasudungan Sidabalok, would you please to... Okay. Mr. Hasudungan, the address through online. Yes, please, Pak.
And partners, good afternoon. I am Dr. Hasudungan Asidabalok, Head of the Food Security, Marine and Agriculture Agency of Jakarta. It is an honor to join this dialogue on coastal ecosystems and climate change mitigations. Today, I will share how local leadership in Jakarta is driving practical, science-based, and community-centered solutions for urban coral reef conservation. In this presentation, I will cover first an overview of Jakarta, second, Jakarta marine biodiversity, third, the special dynamics of our coastal area, fourth, the major coastal risks we face, fifth, our blue carbon management strategy, sixth, collaboration and partnerships, and finally, the future outlook and key conclusions. Next. Jakarta is a megacity with highly urbanized coastline, where millions of residents, industries, fisheries, tourism, and transportation all converge. To manage this complexity, Jakarta has adopted Integrated Coastal Management or ICM as our principal framework. ICM enables us to integrate environment protections, economic development, and community well-being, ensuring that coastal policies are science-based, participatory, and aligned with SDG 14, Life Below Water, and SDG 11, Sustainable Cities. Through ICM, Jakarta positions itself as a coastal city committed to climate action and sustainable development. Next slide. Despite its urban setting, Jakarta hosts rich and strategic marine ecosystems. We have about 400 hectares of coral reefs, which act as vital habitats and natural breakwaters. We maintain about 6,000 hectares of mangroves, functioning as our first line of defense against coastal hazards. And we protect about 500 hectares of seagrass meadows,
supporting fisheries and storing significant amount of blue carbon. Coral reefs store up to 3 times more carbon than terrestrial forests. Mangrove absorb more than 500 tons about carbon dioxide per hectare, and their sediment store an additional 191 tons per hectare, and seagrass meadows at estimate 119 tons of carbon per hectare. These ecosystems are therefore essential components of Jakarta climate resilience strategy. Next slide. Jakarta coastline is home to a dense mosaic of activities. These include industrial and power generation facilities, marine and fishery operations, ports, logistics, and transportation routes, tourism, culture, and heritage areas, residential and commercial zones, as well as designated conservation areas. Managing this overlapping sector requires strong coordination, spatial planning, and policy integration. This multifunctionality is exactly why urban conservation is both challenging and vital. Next slide. Jakarta faces some of the world's most acute coastal risks. Land subsidence in North Jakarta reaches 21 and 26 centimeters per year, while Greater Jakarta average around 110 millimeters per year, combined with sea level rise projected to reach a point 55 and 87 meters by 2100. This creates a potential relative sea level rise of 3 to 5 meters in certain coastal zones. This situation leads to more frequent tidal floods, threatening livelihoods, infrastructure, and public safety. Additionally, Jakarta Bay received 80,000 to 13,000 tons of plastic waste annually, largely transported through our river systems. These challenges reinforce the urgency of implementing integrated, science-based, and coastal solutions. Next slide. Jakarta's blue carbon strategy adopts an integrated and science-driven approach to strengthen climate resilience while empowering coastal communities. At the core of our framework in blue carbon policy research, which guides rigorous assessments across our key ecosystems, mangroves, seagrass, and macroalgae, and phytoplankton. These assessments enable us to understand our carbon stock and lay the foundation for the transparent and credible carbon trade mechanisms. The scientific work then connects the blue carbon certification, ensuring that Jakarta's contribution meet international standards of accountability and environmental integrity. Equally important, our strategy places people at the center. Through carbon community empowerment, we ensure that local communities receive tangible benefits supported by structured community share mechanisms and ongoing blue carbon training. Through this integrated approach, uniting science, policy, markets, and community well-being, Jakarta aims to advance blue carbon leadership. Next slide. Jakarta believes that no coastal city can become resilient by standing alone. Our progress is built on strong collaboration and inclusive partnerships. We work closely with the national government to align policies and secure long-term coastal protection. We engage with other local governments to exchange knowledge and replicate best practices across regions. Our universities and research institutions provide the science that guides our decisions. The private sector, state-owned enterprises, and regional enterprises contribute technology, innovations, and investment. And most importantly, communities remain at the heart of our efforts because real resilience begins with the empowered people. Through this shared commitment across government, academia, and industry and society, Jakarta is building a coastal future that is safer, stronger, and more sustainable for generations to come. Next slide. Our on-ground conservation action include mangrove restoration along degraded coastlines, coral reefs rehabilitation through transplantation, artificial reefs, and eco-reefs modules, and fish shelter installations to rebuild ecological structures and support sustainable fisheries. These interventions help enhance resilience, restore biodiversity, and strengthen community livelihoods. Next slide. Jakarta's coastal resilience is strengthened by dedication of our communities. At Muara Angke, the Koma community has transported 1.8 hectares of hash once at garbage dump into a thriving mangrove forest, planting more than 22,000 mangrove trees over the past decade. This restoration does more than heal the environment. It also creates real economic opportunities. Local residents now process mangrove fruits into juice, jam, and traditional confectionery, generating new source of income. We also empower community-based marine protected area groups who lead coral rehabilitation, fish habitat restoration, mangrove planting, and ecotourism initiatives. These efforts show that when communities are empowered, conservation becomes a shared movement, not just a government program. Next slide. Jakarta's outcomes are measurable. The Ocean Health Index, developed in collaboration with IPB University, increased 68 in 2023 and 71 in 2025. This upward trend reflects improvements in governance, habitat condition, fisheries management, and pollution control. It also demonstrates the importance of reliable scientific indicators that guide adaptive coastal management. Moreover, the State of the Coastal Report provides another cornerstone for our governance improvement. In objective include assessing sustainability performance in Jakarta coastal areas, evaluating the progress of integrated coastal management, and providing clear recommendations for policy enhancement. The SOC reports position Jakarta among cities that constantly monitoring coastal governance using an internationally recognized framework. Next slide. Allow me to conclude the 5 key messages. First, urban coastal cities can lead climate solutions by integrating science, innovation, and community action. Second, blue carbon ecosystems, coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass must be central to climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. Third, local leadership is essential to translate global commitments into real on-ground actions. Fourth, regional and international collaboration accelerates knowledge exchange, restoration capacity, and policy enlightenment. And fifth, Jakarta stands ready to co-create solutions for the resilience, blue, and climate-smart future. Thank you very much for your attention and partnership. Jakarta looks forward to continuing collaboration with all of you to protect our oceans and strengthen coastal resilience worldwide.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rasudungan. And I think we have to be in a hurry because there are 2 speakers and Mr. Martin have so many limited time that he didn't have time to answer the question after he addressed the speech. Then he has to leave to other meeting. Mr. Martin is the director of the Climate Change Division, United Nations Environment Program. Would you please?
Let's see if I can do this with the sound system. Is it okay? Yeah? Vice Minister, colleagues, friends, partners, we are facing a triple planetary crisis. That is a crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The triple planetary crisis becomes visible in coastal ecosystems And that is why it is so appropriate that the government of Indonesia is organizing an event here on coastal ecosystems and climate. We are not at the biodiversity COP, we are at the climate COP, but we are talking about coastal ecosystems here. We are talking about corals, mangroves, and that is highly appropriate because climate, biodiversity loss, pollution, it is all interlinked and it becomes visible in coastal ecosystems. Just a few days ago, we have published the emission gap report. I don't know if you have seen it. Once a year, UNEP is publishing the emission gap report. If you have looked at that report, you have seen that we are on a trajectory of 2.8 degrees Celsius global warming. 10 years ago, we have promised to each other, 195 countries have made a promise that we will keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. We are heading towards 2.8 degrees. If we are implementing all the NDCs, all the climate plans, we might be at between 2.3 and 2.5. That is still very, very far from 1.5. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because this projection of global warming is putting coral reefs at risk. Coral reefs are actually teetering at the brink of what we call the Earth's first climate tipping points. Tipping points means that an entire system, an entire ecosystem is disappearing. And that is the situation that we are facing. Despite covering less than 1% of the seabed, coral reefs sustain nearly a quarter of marine life. And this is why they are being called the rainforest of the sea or the rainforest of the ocean. Coral reefs are supporting the livelihoods of 1 billion people, and they provide goods and services valued at almost 10 trillion US dollars annually. They also serve as natural barriers protecting coastal communities from storm surges and from erosion. So the science is clear. At 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, up to 90% of coral reefs will disappear. And almost all coral reefs will be lost if we go to a global warming of 2 degrees Celsius. With global temperatures likely to temporarily exceed 1.5, the coral reefs are close to their, what we call the thermal tipping point, which means, in other words, they are very close to disappearing. Nowhere is this challenge more visible than in the Asia-Pacific region. The region's coral reefs support 500 million people that live in the coastal communities. Yet the coral triangle has lost 1/3 of its reef-building corals, and 60% are remaining are under a lack of proper protection. So we are seeing the bleaching events. They are becoming more frequent. They are disrupting the fisheries, and they are spreading disease and undermining the coastal economies. But this region is also holding extraordinary natural capital. We have heard in the previous presentation about the blue carbon economy and the blue carbon ecosystems. And here we are talking about mangroves, seagrass, and salt marshes. And they are among the planet's most effective climate solutions, natural climate solutions, not technology solutions, but natural solutions. So they are storing 50 to 90% of their carbon in the soil, and they play a critical role alongside the coral reefs. Protecting and restoring these kind of ecosystems is not just an environmental imperative, it is also a strategic climate and economic opportunity. Southeast Asia's blue carbon ecosystems store over 8,600 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, with Indonesia holding nearly 70% of that amount, thanks to its vast mangrove and seagrass beds. So these habitats, they lock away hundreds of tons of carbons per hectare in their soils and making them some of the world's most powerful natural carbon sinks. The implications of this are very clear. Conserving and restoring these coastal ecosystems can deliver measurable emission reductions. Coastal ecosystems have significant value in the carbon markets. With robust frameworks and verification systems, countries can generate revenue through the blue carbon credits. Blue carbon projects can strengthen food security and create income streams for the coastal communities through payment of ecosystem services. So, what do we need to do? We have to unlock this potential, and we need regional cooperation to do that. To establish harmonized policy and accounting frameworks for blue carbon credits, we need to mobilize finance and private sector investments for restoration and conservation, and we need to build capacity and knowledge-sharing platforms to scale nature-based solutions. Colleagues, by advancing mangrove and coral reef conservation, by mobilizing finance, and by expanding regional capacity, COPSI, which is a body, it's actually managed by UNEP, it's called the Coordination Body on the Seas of East Asia, COPSI. COPSI creates the enabling conditions for blue carbon investments and for long-term stewardship. So this dialogue that we are having here also today is about accelerating these partnerships, because only through coordinated action can we safeguard biodiversity, can we meet the global environmental commitments and protect the livelihoods. And let me close now by saying that despite the urgency, there is also hope. Across the East Asian seas, coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass, they still show resilience to these multiple threats that I've been talking about. With strengthened institutions, sustained investment, and regional solidarity, these ecosystems, they can recover, anchoring a climate-resilient future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. You mentioned worldwide problems and risks that facing by the human in the world, throughout the world. And it's very serious. And we have to collaborate not only for 10, 20, 30 years, but for the next future generation also. So we thank you to Mr. Martin. And before you leave this, what you call it, forum, we want to give a token of gift for you. And the other, you will be later. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you so much, Martin. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker will be Hoffman. I hope I'm not wrong to spell it. Perfect. Okay.
Good afternoon, Deputy Minister, distinguished colleagues, and partners. So it's an honor to be here today at the Indonesia Pavilion, and I think it's very suiting that I'm coming right after the UNEP speaker and Indonesia, because I'm here to talk about exactly the type of regional collaboration and a project specifically that we are implementing in collaboration with UNEP and Indonesia. So I represent the UN Office for Project Services, particularly the Water, Environment and Climate portfolio, where we focus on these 3 pillars of work through a global portfolio. And we focus particularly as one pillar on transboundary water management, and we have approximately 20 years of experience in implementing these types of projects on behalf of the GEF, on behalf of our partners such as UNEP, UNDP, because we are the implementing agency of the United Nations, so our focus is really the implementation and these coordination mechanisms of where we can drive action on the ground. So we focus on delivering practical solutions that help materialize these types of solutions at the regional level. So a prime example of this work is the project called Implementing the Strategic Action Program for the South China Sea and Gulf of Thailand. It's a long word, I know, where we serve as the executing agency on behalf of UNEP, as well as with funding with the GEF. So I will talk a little bit about this project today. And Indonesia is obviously a proud partner to this work that we're doing. So we know that the South China Sea and the Gulf of Thailand large marine ecosystems are some of the most biodiverse large marine ecosystems. And as Martin also highlighted, we know that the natural capital in these ecosystems is invaluable. So we still see that this is under high pressure of coastal activities, overfishing, and all the challenges that relate to climate change in terms of sea temperature rise, etc. So through this project, we're trying to tackle this challenge through regional collaboration. So if we go to the next slide, and still the next slide, please. And still the next slide. I would want to talk about the concrete 4 pillars that we're working on in order to enhance the regional collaboration in this area. So the first pillar, and we're collaborating with 6 participating countries in the region, including, of course, Indonesia as well, Cambodia, China, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam on this project. The first pillar is on large-scale habitat management and restoration in the area. So we focus on these types of ecosystem-based management approaches for sustainable marine and coastal management. We translate this into concrete targets for key coastal habitats that we've also discussed here today. So for example, for coral reefs, we're working to sustainably manage 110,000 hectares of coral reef on 46 priority sites in this area. And we know that these coral reefs obviously provide goods and services, including fisheries, bioactive compounds, ecotourism value, and the benefits are many. We're also focusing on mangroves and seagrass. So the project focuses on targeting replanting 21,000 hectares of deforested mangrove land, and strengthening the conservation and management of 26,000 hectares of known seagrass areas as well. And we've talked about nature-based solutions. These are the nature-based solutions that help coastal protection and blue carbon storage. Then we're also focusing on coastal wetlands. So critically, we're focused on integrated management of over 800,000 hectares of coastal wetland on 19 sites. And these wetlands are essential for climate resilience and supporting vital livelihoods. At the local level, the work in practical terms means capacity development, innovative management approaches in terms of community-based integrated solutions, and the development of tools like licensing, permit systems, and zoning in these areas. As the second pillar, we're focusing on strengthening knowledge and planning in this area. So we want to ensure that the work that we do is evidence-based. So we're undertaking an update of the transboundary diagnostic analysis in the area in order to then feed this into the strategic action program and update this based on current science. So the transboundary diagnostic analysis identifies and prioritizes transboundary issues in terms of environmental problems. And then now that we're updating also the strategic action program, it focuses on this triple planetary crisis elements that Martin also mentions in terms of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. So these updated plans that we call C-STARS are formally expected to be endorsed at the ministerial level during this COBSIA intergovernmental meeting in October 2026. Now, we obviously also, as a third pillar, want to focus on the sustainability of the work that we do. So while we focus on project implementation, we want to ensure that the work that we do lasts. So we have two initiatives under this that we're working on. One is a specific learning and resource network. We call it the C-Learn. And this is a knowledge management platform, in essence, which captures lessons from across the region and also previous projects to be able to manage the knowledge on these solutions in the area. Then we have something called C-Puffer, and this is a partnership towards a financing facility for environmental restoration and conservation. And this is the aim of developing innovative financing mechanisms to be able to continue this work beyond Jeff's financial support. So this is where we're modeling a mechanism where we can leverage a diverse mix of funding sources going forward for this work. Then obviously we also discussed the need for strong integration and collaboration of this work. So I already mentioned COBSIA, so our success obviously in this work relies on strong partnerships. So we're strengthening collaboration with the key regional bodies like COBSI, PEMSI, IOC Westpac, IUCN, among others, and leverage obviously their science, data, and information to do this work properly. And then we come on the next slide to Indonesia. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk a bit about the work that we're doing with Indonesia specifically. So obviously Indonesia is a key partner of the work that we do here, and an active and vital partner. And we've just signed this year a project cooperation agreement, an MOU with Indonesia for the implementation of this work. And the Ministry of Environment, Environmental Protection Agency is the national lead agency. And this is supported also by the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies of the Bogor Agricultural University. At the local level, in terms of the activities that we're actually conducting together, we are doing demonstration activities at 6 different sites. And Indonesia has also supported the management of 7 national and regional marine protected areas in the South China Sea waters, targeting 24,000 hectares of coral reef for conservation. We're also collaborating in other ways, for example, through a roundtable and study local tour in Jakarta in 2025. And we're also looking forward to collaborating with Indonesia on the 3rd meeting of Regional Working Group on Land-Based Pollution in Batam at the end of this month. So to conclude, this is really not just a set of activities. This is something that we're trying to address strategically across the region among some of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the region. And we're really proud to collaborate with Indonesia and the different countries in the region, and look forward to seeing this work sustained even beyond when UNOPS is no longer there. Thank you.
This is what you call it, a hope that mentioned by Martin. You provide a hope for us. There is future if we continue planning and executing by Mr. Said, and also from the Minister of Fisheries and Marine. I think this is the opportunity to us to overcome the problem, the multi-complex problems. And how many time we still have? How many time? Finish? I think I should, what you call it, give opportunity to 2 persons. Oh, 0. It is a good news for all you, the participants who needs coffee. Yeah. So thank you so much, because the time is up, and this is very, very inspiring moment to hear about, to learn new knowledge about our development of coastal park ecosystem. Thank you so much. Give applause to all of them. And a token of gift will be presented by Deputy Minister.
This is from Silver, Indonesian's PDC, traditional. Thank you.
Local knowledge. But if it could bring all the merchants to Madagascar. Ship. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. This is also a bag.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I gently invite everyone to please have a seat. We have one more session to go. It's a very interesting topic. We'll be talking about circular economy and plastic circularity, aka waste management. So please have a seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. I know you really enjoy your time a lot. I am so overwhelmed with the number of people who line up just to get into the pavilion. And I'm so grateful because it means that you all care about the environment, especially in managing waste. So let me put it this way. Indonesia is a growing nation with a rapid economic trends and increasing consumption, yet limited waste infrastructure. Consequently, the country faces mounting plastic pollution due to inadequate treatment and collection that threatens humans' health, climate stability, and the ecology. To frame the context, I would like to invite our keynote speaker. She's the Executive Secretary to the Ministry of Environment. She's also the former Deputy to Minister for Waste, Managing Waste and Hazardous Waste. So she has a lot of knowledge and experience to share with you about this whole waste management and the treatment. Allow me to kindly invite Ibu Rosa Vivin Ratnawati.
Thank you, Desmona. Good afternoon, everybody, my friend, my colleague, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will discuss about circular economy. So as we know, Indonesia acknowledges the growing global attention on plastic pollution and recognizes its important role in addressing this shared challenge. National data from the Solid Waste Management Information System indicates that Indonesia generates approximately 56.6 million tons of solid waste annually, with plastic comprising around 10 million tons. So the majority of leakage originates from land-based activities, with a smaller portion from sea-based sources. These figures, you can see, underscores the scale and urgency of the issue, not only for Indonesia, but for the broader region. Plastic pollution represents a complex environmental governance challenge for all countries. In Indonesia case, rapid economic development, shifting consumption patterns, and infrastructural constraints add layers of difficulty. Limited waste collection and treatment capacity contributes to plastic leakage into terrestrial and marine ecosystem, as well as uncontrolled disposal. Indonesia share this challenge with many developing nations and view it as an opportunity for strengthened international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, these practices have implications that extend beyond national boundaries, including contribution to greenhouse gas emission, such as methane and black carbon, and the release of hazardous pollutants. Addressing this impact aligns with global climate mitigation effort and support the integrated agenda of climate action, biodiversity protection, and public health improvement under the UNFCCC CBD, and other multilateral frameworks. Studies conducted by NPAT Indonesia, the World Bank, and LIPI between 2018 and 2020 estimate that 490,000 to 860,000 tons of plastic waste may reach the ocean each year. This up-to-date insight reinforces the importance of evidence-based policy making and the value of international scientific collaboration. So to overcome this issue, Indonesia believes that the transition from the traditional linear economic model to circular economy must be a shared global priority. Optimizing material flows, improving resource efficiency, expanding recycling and reuse system, encouraging eco-design, and strengthening extended producer responsibility, or we call it EPR. EPR are essential steps that require coordinated effort across not only government, but we need industries, we need partners for this. A circular approach to plastic offers significant co-benefits. Beyond reducing environmental harm and emission, it promotes inclusive green growth, stimulates job creators also, mobilize sustainable finance, strengthening resilience in waste and resources of management, key elements for achieving both national and global climate and development goals. I have to fight with the rain. Indonesia, through the National Policy and Strategy for Solid Waste Management, or we call it JAXTRANAS, 2017 to 2025. So under presidential regulation, Indonesia has laid out a clear roadmap grounded in waste reduction at source and the waste to resource principle, with national targets of 30% waste reduction and 70% waste should be proper handling by 2025. Now, Indonesia also strengthening waste reduction in producers. So under one of the Minister of Environment and Forestry, the Minister of Environment and Forestry Regulation. So we have roadmap. We ask the producers to handle the waste, especially the plastic waste, and then they have make two kind of activities. One is they have to take back the plastic or the packaging that they use for their products, and then the second, they have to redesign the packaging. So the packaging not using single plastic, so it can be recycled again. Ladies and gentlemen, and to enhance community engagement and strengthen grassroots circularity system. So Indonesia has one system. This is very interesting. We call it waste bank. So like the bank, collect, the bank usually collect the money. So this is the bank collect the waste. And then the waste will be buy in this waste bank. But of course, the waste that collect in the waste bank is the waste that can be recycled. Ladies and gentlemen, and now complementing national policies, Indonesia has 100 local government regulation restriction single-use plastic, reflecting strong subnational leadership and societal support for the circular transition. Indonesia also established the Regional Capacity Center for Clean Seas in Bali, which serve as regional platform for knowledge exchange, training, and dissemination of best practices. It reflects Indonesia's commitment to supporting other countries in the region and advancing collective action. In recent development, we are in the process to strengthen the policy and regulation on producer responsibility that are focused on three main aspects, including legal and law enforcement, governance, and market-driven instrument. So we will make waste management, as we call it, like industrialization for waste management. We have also now in the process of the draft of the policy, national policy and strategy under the presidential degree. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context circular economy in solid waste management, we are designing and strengthening the implementation of the following. The first, design for environment, encouraging packaging industry to switch to products that are designed to be environmentally friendly, as I mentioned before. Strengthening producer responsibility policies. So with me now, we will have a speaker also that they talk, Prof. Emenda from academy, and then a Faris from the person that the company is collect the plastic and then make the plastic to be reused again, recycle again, so we can hear from them. So we strengthening now producer responsibility policies, implementation post-consumption product, mandatory registration, optimization of collection, and return of waste. So ladies and gentlemen, my brother, my sister, if we talk about waste, we cannot use the old term, collect, and then transport, and then dump. We cannot use that principle like that anymore. We have to think that the waste that we produce should be, the first is we reduce it. But if we cannot reduce, so we have to segregation, and then to manage how the waste can be used again, can be recycled again. So it will not be dumped to the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about waste management, so we talk not only us as the person, that produce the waste, but we talk the producer as well. So we need producer responsibility organization, establish an operation of PRO that will be mandated. Now the Ministry of Environment now on the process to make the regulation on this. And finally, I urge and invite all stakeholders to accelerate the transition. So government, we from the Ministry of Environment cannot work by ourselves. So we have accelerate the transition towards circular economy in solid waste management through strengthening producer responsibility regulation. And then the second, we strengthen collaboration networks between government, packaging industry, producers, community, and this is very interesting, informal sector. Because in Indonesia we have informal sector. And waste collector, recycling industry, university like Prof. Amanda, and research institution, as well as association. Develop innovation and technology for sustainable packaging material and design. And then share knowledge from global EPR system to enhance producer responsibility, policy, regulation, and practices in Indonesia. And we are very happy to learn from other countries how to manage the waste management and then make the economy circular become more implementable in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ibu Vivien, thank you. Please have a seat. Could you all feel how passionate she is when she talks about waste? Regardless, it's raining cats and dogs, the noise coming from next door, the back door, everywhere else, but she still managed to convey the message very, very clear and very, very well. Thank you, Ibu Vivien. Okay, so we will touch base on the policy recommendation and investment opportunities in advancing the circular economy and plastic circularity, and we will identify strategies in preventing, this is also quite important, I think, illegal waste burning that exacerbates the carbon emission. And the last part that Ibu Vivien mentioned is the industry commitment in reducing the plastic footprint by enforcing the extended producer responsibility. Okay, we'll talk all about that. And to lead the session, allow me to welcome the Senior Advisor to the Minister of the Environment, Bapak Suryo Adi Wibowo, as the moderator. And the speaker, she is the professor and researcher from Institute Technology of Bandung, ITB, Ibu Amanda Sembiring. Would you please all come to the stage? And one more is Mas Hadian Faris Azhar, General Executive, Indonesian Plastic Recycling Association. And we still have one more. She's joining online. She's unable to attend in person. Ibu Lucia Karina, Director of Public Affairs and Communication Sustainability from Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia. Ibu Karina, am I coming through okay? If you could hear me well,
Okay,
can you
thank
put
you
a
so
thumb
much.
up? Okay, great. Over to you,
Yes,
Bapak.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I think it is better stay here. Just a few minutes ago, you all of you has new knowledge how Indonesia perceive the combating the plastic problem regarding with the climate mitigation through advancing circular economy. So, it is better to stay here until finish in the next 1 hour, and after that you can have coffee and you have coffee and souvenir. Yeah? Okay? So, we have two speaker directly in front of you, Professor Emenda Sembiring from Bandung Institute of Technology, and Hadian Faris Azhar, the General Executive Indonesian Plastic Recycling Association, and the rest, Ms. Lucia Karina, the Director of Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability of Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners in Indonesia, will be addressed her concern through online. So may I give opportunity each of you, including Ms. Lucia Karina, about 10 minutes, each of you, and then we can have what you call it, ample time for discussion. Professor, please.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished delegates, Bu Vivin, thank you for inviting me for this event. Pak Bowo dan Mas Farid dan Bu Karina which online. Allow me to read to make it concise and 10 minutes because I'm a lecturer. Usually I speak more than 10 minutes. Okay, so distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today as a critical theme of transition from a linear to circular economy and the vital role of sustainable plastic waste management in achieving our collective climate objective. Allow me to begin with example encapsulated the direction in which we must move. Have you drink the Mamba water? Water in the can. It's initiative known as the Mamba water. It demonstrates how circular design principle can be integrated not only to reduce plastic dependency, but also advance social equity by replacing a single-use plastic packaging with fully recyclable aluminum can, and by committing 1 liter of safe drinking water for every can sold. This initiative illustrates the kind of innovations, inclusivity, and purpose-driven design that circular economy demands. As we prepare for the COP30 in Belem, where this initiative will be showcased to the global community because everyone drink the Mamba water, right? The water in the can. It is over a timely reminder that circularity is not theoretical. It is actionable. It is scalable and socially transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, the global challenges, the global challenges posed by the plastic waste has reached a level that demands immediate and coordinated action. Like Bu Vivin said, plastic pollution is not only an environmental hazard, it is a fundamentally climate challenges. The production of virgin plastic remains highly energy intensive and dependent on fossil feedstock. Meanwhile, Bu Pipi already explained the context of Indonesia. Inadequate waste management practices, particularly open burning, uncontrolled dumping, and leakage into the waterway, substantially increasing greenhouse gas emission, chemical substance emissions, and black carbon with severe implications of human health and climate stability. In Indonesia, the challenges are compounded by rapid economic growth and rising consumptions. National data indicate that more than 10 million tons of plastic waste are generated annually, while a significant fraction, approximately 61%, remain unmanaged. The unmanaged portion is the principal driver of emissions and environmental leakage. Next. Next, please. The national emission, Indonesia's 2019 greenhouse gas inventory, which served as our pre-pandemic baseline, recorded approximately 1.145 million gigagram CO2 equivalent emissions. The waste sector, of course, it contributes meaningfully to this total, reinforcing the necessity of target mitigation within this domain. To our updated and enhanced national determined contributions, Indonesia has strengthened its ambition to 31.89% unconditionally and 43.2% conditionally emission reduction. Within this commitment, the waste sector benefit from enhanced policy framework, including solid waste management, greenhouse gas reduction strategy, circular economy pathway, and waste to energy initiative. Then, why plastic matter for climate mitigations? Plastic waste play a critical role in emission dynamic across the entire value chains. Why? Because the upstream production of virgin plastic is carbon intensive. Open burning release hazardous pollutant and significant greenhouse gases. Long-term degradation of plastic contribute to microplastic and chemical substance emissions. Inefficient collection system heighten the risk of environmental leakage. Therefore, improving plastic waste management is not merely a waste sector. It's not only merely a waste sector intervention, it is a cross-sectoral climate mitigation strategy. Next. Now I will, as a university student, we like the data, right? So bear with Bu Amanda that I will explain how we make a scenario based on the plastic waste generation in Indonesia. Next. And then the composition of plastic waste and how we highlighted the important to reduce the illegal open burning and etc. Next. So we decide to see if we, for example, practice open burning without and allow the illegal open burning and increase the recycling, what will be for the greenhouse gas emission? So our scenario models, next please. Next. Next. Okay. So our scenario model of emission potential under different production and recycling assumption provide a clear direction. Without open burning, annual emission from plastic waste range between 18,000 and 20,000 gigagrams CO2 equivalent. However, with open burning, it includes, from these figures, it increased by an additional 4,000 to 5,000 gigagrams CO2 equivalent in every scenario. This finding is unequivocal. Open burning is among the largest contribution to waste sector emissions. Eliminating these practices must therefore be a central pillar of any effective mitigation strategy. Moreover, scenario aligned with national medium national development term to 20% recycling and long-term national development plan for 35 recycling target and reduce upstream production show pronounced emissions reductions as showing in the diagram. The result highlighted the climate benefit of pairing recycling scale up with production reduction through upstream intervention and eco-design will have a climate benefit. The transition from the linear to take, make, dispose model to a circular system deliver multiple climate benefit. One, avoid emission from reduced virgin production based on our scenario previously, lower energy consumption in recycling process, reduce landfill dependency, minimize environmental leakage and long-term microplastic emissions, and strengthen regional recycling market and reduce transportation emissions. So it means circularity therefore represents a holistic climate solution, one that addresses environmental, economic, social dimension, and environment simultaneously. Indonesia has advanced key regulatory instruments that support this transition, including the regulation number 110/2025, which established carbon economic value instrument and national greenhouse gas control mechanisms. It strengthened extended producer responsibility framework, ensuring that producers share responsibility for post-consumer packaging waste. Indonesia also has a policy regarding enhanced measurement, reporting, and verification system and national registry, including the integration of methane emission from landfill into national transparency framework. This mechanism from the institutional architecture required to drive accountability, investment, and measurable progress. An EPR system, it's almost finished, almost there. When fully implemented, offer a significant opportunity for emission reduction through establishment of national producer responsibility organization, supporting pool financing and standardized implementations. It's also, next please, it also integration of informal sector worker, enhancing collection efficiency while improving livelihood, mandatory eco-design standard to reduce upstream emission. Now, last but not least, the pilot scheme in municipality demonstrating data readiness and infrastructure capability. However, these challenges persist, including data gaps, limited measurement, reporting, and verification capacity, economic barrier to recycling, and the risk of non-compliance in the absence of robust enforcement. So addressing these challenges is essential to fully realizing EPR climate mitigation potential. Okay, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, the transition to a circular economy is not simply an environmental aspiration. It is an essential climate mitigation pathway and an enabler of resilience, inclusive development. The evidence is unequivocal. Reducing upstream plastic production, increasing recycling rate, and eliminating open burning can significantly reduce national emission while generating economic opportunity and improving public health. As the world gathers here in Belem for COP30, Indonesia stands ready to contribute to a global shift towards circularity, one that is grounded in data, supported by policy, by Indonesia government, and oriented toward implementations. Let us move forward together with determination, collaboration, and shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Miss Lucia Karina, are you standby for or ready for the second speaker? Yes, please. 10 minutes.
Morning, Pak Surya.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. We hear very clear. Please, moving
Okay.
forward.
Thank you, Pak Surya. Good afternoon, distinguished representative from Indonesia Ministry Government, Mbak Amanda, and also Mas Faris, and all international partners gathered here today. My name is Karina, and I'm the Vice President for Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability at the Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners for Indonesia. Thank you again to the Ministry of Environment for hosting the Indonesian Pavilion and for giving CCEP Indonesia the opportunity to share our work at COP30. Today, please allow me to speak about how CCEP Indonesia is driving plastic circularity for climate action and how this effort contribute directly to Indonesia's second NDC. As we know that Indonesia has one of the world's most complex waste ecosystem, but also one of the world's greatest opportunities to demonstrate that circularity and can deliver both emission reduction and also inclusive growth. Next, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, around the world, countries are making substantial investment to meet their climate commitments, while also ensuring that economic transition remains socially just and economically viable, as mentioned by Ibu Vivin in her opening speech. The challenges is not only to reduce emissions, but to do so in a way that sustain growth, protect jobs, and also strengthen resilience. Plastic circularity, of course, sits exactly at that intersection: climate, economy, and also the people. Next, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is no different. Indonesia is pursuing climate action while balancing economic growth and poverty reduction. We have clear target: net zero by 2060, economic growth of 8% by 2029, and also reducing poverty to 4.5 to 5% by 2029. And at the same time, climate actually losses from extreme events already threaten Indonesia GDP and welfare across key sectors. We know that we have been impacted by floods, droughts, and also coastal, and that's already threatening productivity and social welfare in Indonesia. This also make it very essential for Indonesia to strengthen resilience through a low carbon and circular approach. Next, please. So, Indonesian second NDC recognized the solid waste sector as a significant contributor to our climate goals. This is particularly important because methane emission from unmanaged waste are many times more potent than carbon dioxide. The government has outlined a very clear emission pathway for the waste, such as to have zero open burning and no new landfill by 2030, towards reaching zero emission for the waste sector by 2050 and full net zero across all sectors by 2060. And it's very clear how the government actually address this matter. And clearly stated by the Minister of Environment and also BVP recently that every single parties have to take the action. So we know that waste is a particularly strategic sector because it emits methane, which is many times more potent than carbon dioxide. But importantly, the waste sector is also one where proven solution already exists and where the circular economy can unlock economic value up to 9.3 billion US dollar in annual economic value through resources recovery and new value chains. In addition to that, also another important element is that Indonesia's second NDC emphasized that climate action must safeguard the livelihood of millions working in the existing waste economy. Why? Next, please. So this is the why the human dimension is so important to significantly advance circular economy whilst abating emission in Indonesia. You can see his spotlight. He represents the foundation of Indonesia's circular economy. Waste picker, or we call Punaryoda Indonesia, are the backbone of the waste system. Around 3.7 million Indonesians earn their living by collecting and sorting the waste. They supply 85% of the plastic that enters the country's recycling industry. Yet only 11% of them have access to social protection. So we must recognize that any circular economy solution and any climate solution must start from the people who already make the system function today. Next, please. In this slide, actually, it's clear in 2024, Indonesia generated about 34 million tons of waste across 311 cities and regencies, where around 60% ends up unmanaged. This reinforces the scale of the challenge and the need for the coordinated action. Next, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesian solid waste sector faces structural gaps that create barriers to circularity. Formal collection services cover less than 40% of area. About 60% of plastic waste remains uncollected. The informal sector does most of the work, but without support, especially noting the reality on the ground, where multiple middlemen reduce their earnings and their lack of health protection and safety nets. Such challenges create degradation of the material quality through the chain so that the material that can still be valuable like plastic become harder to be managed and thus worthless. Next, please. So to build a circular economy in Indonesia, we must address these systemic challenges together within the coordination. Next, please. At the Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners, our sustainability approach sits at the heart of our long-term business strategy and sets out the action we are taking on the key social and environmental topics that are priorities for our stakeholders and where we know we can make a significant difference. This approach, known as Disease Forward, covers six key areas, and we aim to decarbonize our business to reach net zero emission by 2040. And a central part of the making beverage packaging part of the circular economy by removing unnecessary packaging and also increasing our recycled content. Next, please. Since 2019, Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners Indonesia have reduced 35% of emission from making and distributing beverages into the country. More than 80% of our emission come from indirect sources, scope 3. So supplier engagement and packaging transformation are most critical. Next, please. Next, please. The packaging itself contributes about 19% of CCEP Indonesia total emission. The plastic PET itself represents almost 60% of our packaging emission. This is why plastic circularity is central to CCEP Indonesia decarbonization strategy. Next, please. We adopt circular economy principle through three pillars: design, collect, and recycle, which is in alignment with the waste management strategy for security of the government of Indonesia. On design, actually, we reduce unnecessary plastic through lightweighting, deploying the affordable single-serve packaging format, and also using clear bottle. Our collection, actually, we ensure responsible collection aligned with ethical practices and dignified livelihood, which I will elaborate further after this. And then on the recycling, we incorporate recycled PET back into bottles. So this is about close to the loop, bottle to bottle. In other words, we actually really implement the grave to grave, cradle to cradle, bottle to bottle recycling at our CCEP Indonesia production. All of this effort enable us to achieve quite remarkable result. By 2024, we achieved 100% 148% of collection of our primary packaging compared to 2019. About 20% recycled PET content in our PET packaging, and leads to around 42% reduction in packaging emission compared to 2019. Next, please. So you may ask, how can CCEP Indonesia deliver such strong plastic circularity amidst the ongoing challenges in the waste management in Indonesia? Honestly, it's not easy, but we're really working hard on achieving our goal. So we developed a circularity strategy that aims to address the systemic challenges of waste management and circularity in Indonesia by leveraging the uniqueness and important roles that each stakeholders hold in the wider scheme of circularity. One of the major strategic moves that CCEP Indonesia have made in circularity is by making a major investment by investing around 556 billion rupiah to build the Amandina Bumi Nusantara, our recycled PET plant, and Mahija Parahita Nusantara, a social foundation as an integrated closed-loop ecosystem. This ecosystem manages responsible collection through Mahija Foundation and process PET bottle into food-grade rPET resin at Amandina plant. In the typical waste chain, plastic passes through multiple junk shops and often become mixed or contaminated, leading to low-value recycling or landfill. Multiple layers of supply chain also means there is lower margin that the wider informal sector players receive in exchange of collecting PET bottles. So through the Mahija Amandina integrated system, quality is maintained from the collection point onward, leveraging collection and segregation from sources, while Mahija works directly with the waste picker, collection partner, and collection center, significantly cutting down the PET supply chain, hence increasing the margin received by each players within the chain. The collected PET bottles then being processed by Amandina plant using international standards including ISO and FDI approvals. This integrated system of Mahija and Amandina ensure both environmental and social value are created. Next, please. So, so ladies and gentlemen, before responding to the question of enhancing and scaling up of APR mechanism in Indonesia, I would like to take us back again to the various structural gaps of waste management in Indonesia and show how such challenges can be addressed whilst creating environmental, social, and economic impacts. So, despite the ongoing challenges of the infrastructure gap, minimum support to the informal waste worker, as well as material degradation, the integrated system of Amandina Mahija has demonstrated that these challenges can be responded systematically. With 35 collection centers and over 2,400 collection partners across Indonesia, Mahija provide nationwide coverage to reach areas where formal collection doesn't operate. They support informal collectors with better income, working conditions, and opportunities. Until mid-2025, Mahija has reached more than 60,000 waste pickers through these empowerment programs. They apply quality control from the collection point onward and they return material back into food grade rPET bottles, closing the loop. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our voluntary initiative, we see four key lessons from Indonesia evolving EPR framework. The first lesson is that Indonesia context require adaptation, not replication. This comes from seeing how geography, informal dependence, and material flows differ significantly from other markets. Copying models from elsewhere simply won't work. So we have to follow our local context. The second lesson, ensuring a just transition is essential because millions rely on waste collection for their livelihood. Any APR system that excludes them will not only be inequitable but will also fail operationally. The third lesson is that success only happens when government, producer, recycle, and the informal sector work together. No single actor can solve the system gaps alone. And the fourth lesson is that large-scale investment only comes when enabling conditions are clear, predictable regulation, and transparent structure give businesses confidence to commit for the investment. This lesson directly shaped the optimal EPR design principle uh, at CCEP Indonesia advocate for. So next, please.
Would you
Based on our
allow you, Ibu?
yeah,
We,
yeah, Pak.
Please, 1 minute after. We have
Okay,
limited
yeah,
time.
Pak. Okay. So based on our experience and understanding of this context, we advocate for EPR framework design with principles such as extended stakeholder responsibility, while every or multiple stakeholder have roles to play. Flexible compliance pathway that recognize both individual producer compliance and compliance through PROs for holistic collection. Recycle content target that stimulate domestic recycling market development by requiring minimum recycled content in the packaging. And of course, not for profit PRO structure with ring fence fees to drive infrastructure development. So, and all the elements. So, this element create a system where all stakeholders have a clear roles and where security can scale responsibility. Next, please. So this showing that three areas: design, standardization, enabling regulation, and strengthening the informal sector form the backbone for Indonesia and how Indonesia can scale the circular economy nationally and it ultimately replicate successful model like Mahija and Amandina across the province. Next, please. So advancing Indonesia NDC through a circular economy that leaves no one behind requires all hands on deck. The current approach where infrastructure development falls on individual actors and stakeholders works separately cannot deliver the scale required. We need a collaboration, as mentioned by Bu Vivin and also by Mbak Menda. Our commitment is to turn responsibility into real action where collaboration among business, government, and communities are critical. And that inclusion and innovation should be centerpiece of the circularity to empower the informal sector and the wider society. So, in my closing remarks, actually, I would just want to say that I would emphasize that the circular economy is not simply, next please, about managing waste. It's about redesigning the system so they protect the climate, they support the livelihood, and enable a fairer and more sustainable future. With ambitious national target enabling policy framework and real investment like Amandina and Mahija, Indonesia, I believe, has the potential to become a global example of how circularity delivers both climate and also the social benefit and of course the economic. So CCEP Indonesia stands ready to continue working with the government, industry, civil society, the academics, and the communities to make this vision of a reality. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Ibu.
Pak Surya.
And the last but not the least,
Yeah.
Mr. Hadia Faris Azhar, would you please
Okay.
10 minutes, yeah?
Thank you so much, Pak Bo. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegations and distinguished speaker, Bu Prof. Emenda. So, I'm from Indonesian Recycling Associations. In these sessions, maybe we're gonna talk a lot of data. So, I'm a industry person, but I have close teachers, Prof. Emenda, so I love data also, Prof. So yeah, how EPR mobilize investment for waste infrastructures and low carbon growth. So because we are in COP, we talk a lot about carbon and everything, so I'll talk about what the relationship between recycling with the carbon low growth. Next, please. So yeah, brief introductions. We are associations, one of the largest plastic recycling ecosystem in region Southeast Asia. We have 500 industry members in our umbrella. From the petrochemical, so even our name is recycling associations. We have a member from petrochemical, from the bottle maker, from the recycling industry itself, and the brand owners. Any parties that have interest and have activities in recycling, we are welcome you. Next. So this is global circular rate. As you can see, our circular rate by the times, by year, it's going down. It's decline. The input circulars from 2018, it's only 7.2%, but sadly in 2021, it's declined to 8.9%. This is from the input side. So input side, what is input side? It's basically the second materials, second feedstock, and so on. And we also have from the carbon neutral biomass. Luckily, we stay in the same rate, 21.6% in 2018 and 2021, the same rate. And the output side, the waste destined for recycling, as you can see in the second table here, the waste destined for recycling, it's increased. This is really good sign for us. From 2018, it's 11.1%, and from 2021, it's 11.2%. And as you can see in this pie chart in the right, as you can see, the raw material and the secondary material, it's still far, yeah. The comparison, the secondary material is only almost 7%, and the raw material is 90%. Next. So this is a global circular rate, as you can see from the input and the output, because Pak Bowo have a strict limitations time for me, 10 minutes. So just skip. This is a complex things that takes a lot of times. Next. So what we consume as globally, the point is here, it's we consume more materials every year. But in the right side, you can see how we dispose. It's not really good figure, yeah. Most of the how we dispose our things is unspecified landfill, uncontrolled disposal. It's almost half of it. So if we increase our consumptions, all these materials will end up to the unspecified landfill or uncollected, almost 20%. So it's not really good sign for our earth. Next. So this is the Indonesian figures. As you know, we consume around 8.5 million tons a year. But this is a quite interesting figures. But if you can see, there is a huge portions from the recycled materials. So almost quarter of our plastic consumptions in Indonesia, it's come from the plastic recycling. Either is the local recycling and also the import recycling. The local recycling is around 18%, and import recycle is around 700%. In total, it's around 26%. And this is our plastic waste management. As you can see, we generate around 7.2 million tons a year waste, and only around 10% that we recycle. So it's really low figure, yeah. Next. So why plastic recycling is important for the circularity and low carbon growth? Because first, this is the transitional entry point for plastic circular economy. Second, it's a low carbon system, and the last, ready to go infrastructures. Next. So why plastic recycling? Why it's low carbon? This is based on the US LCI database by National Associations for PET. As you can see, the PET recycling compared to the virgins, you can see the second table. This is more easy for us to understand. So the total energy used by the recycling plastic, especially the PET, it's only 21%. So it's really low compared to the virgin material. Prof. Menda, that's why we talk, yeah. Why I count it also from the extractions. Because if we compare, it's really low. It's only 1% energy that we need to recycle plastic compared to virgin plastic that we extract from our natural resource, yeah. It's also same for the water consumption. It's a unique figure because it's consume more water when we recycle. The problem is not the recycling process. The problem is because when we dispose our waste, when we not segregate our waste, when we not clean our waste, and the process on the recycling process, it will take a lot of water. So we can lower these figures, the 104%, by doing the segregation from the source and having a better waste sorting systems. And also the any other figures showing the same numbers, that recycling plastic have a lower resource demand compared to the virgins. Next. So it's a low carbon system, yeah. And this is what I mentioned before, from the linear economy to the circular economy on the plastic. Because I'm the plastic recycling industry persons, I'm talking about the plastic circular economy. So the entry point to having a circular plastic, it's having a design for circularity and collection and sorting system. But these two things, it have a major investment. That's why a lot of companies unwilling to go to redesign their packaging, because they have to install a new plant for their bottle. So it's major investment. It takes like 3 to 10 years. The operational funding gap is really huge. So in Indonesia case, I'm not sure about another country, but this is Indonesian case. We have already 3 million ton capacity, and we have already 1.5 million idle capacity. I think the figure quite same with another country. Yeah? So there is existing industry can deliver result today to bring this transitional. So we have time to spend for 3 to 10 years. Next. So this is the funding gaps. This is Bali case. Maybe if you speak about Indonesia, the most popular destination is Bali. So this is Bali. World Bank recommendation for solid waste management operational financing is around 800,000 to 1.2 million rupiah per ton. But average Indonesian budget is only 50,000 ton to 300,000 ton, which is the gap is really huge, not really comparable. It's really huge. Yeah. So in the Bali case, we have too much zero. Yeah. So the point is, it's huge. The gap is huge. Next. Nah, I'll talk about Indonesian recycling landscape. So we are everywhere in Indonesia. We have many facilities in Sumatra Island, in Java Island, in Kalimantan, in Sulawesi, in every major, and we contribute around 0.1% of GDP, around 21 trillions. The tax also we contribute a lot. The deficits, foreign exchange, skilled and unskilled. And it's already mentioned by Bu Karina, the informal, we have around 1 million informal workers there. And in waste, we reduce around 1.2 million waste. And the emissions, we reduce around 2.09 million ton equivalent carbon dioxide. Next. This is 1 decade. It's growing. The recycling industry in Indonesia growing, keep growing. Next. This is the momentum. So from the momentum to transformations, but there is a problem. Yeah. So this is really good number, but this is the problem. We face the low utilization and feedstock. Every people come to Indonesia. You have a lot of waste. So let's build a recycling factory. But when they have a recycling factory there, they don't get the feedstock. It's happened in many developing countries. It's happened in many underdeveloped countries, because what? The waste not equal as a feedstock for recycling. The feedstock of recycling is the sorted waste, so it's not equal. As you can see, yes.
Would you 1 minute left?
1 minute. Okay, next. So this is how Indonesia waste management happens from the household to the landfill. As you can see, this is recycling. So many recycling get their feedstock. It's from the informal sectors. So the blue line is the formal waste management. The red line is the informal waste management. So everything will go to the informals. There is no connections directly between the formal waste management with the recycling industry. Next. Okay, so this is the problems. We have a feedstock uncertainty, limited solid waste management infrastructures, no enforcement of waste segregation. I think this same happened in developing country. Yeah? And packaging design oriented toward recyclability. In the process, we have the cost of productions of recycling plastic is more expensive than the virgins. It makes the recycling plastic not really competitive, because the problem is from the supply itself. And then the demand, we don't have any demand. Especially in Indonesia, we still exporting most of our recycling plastics to the Europe and North America. Next. So how really EPR can help fix this problem? So as you can see, by solving, EPR can solve the recycling challenge, and then we get more investment, and then we have a circular economy and low carbon growth. Next. So from the feedstock supply, how EPR really can solve the problem, it's through the eco-modulations, because it's financing and provide incentive to have a design for recycling, and also have a mandatory design for circularity under the EPR frameworks, and PRO funded improvement for the infrastructures. Next. This is the recycling process, how EPR really can fix it. The guarantee supply contracts through PRO, the EPR funded the infrastructure and so on. Next. This is the product demand, how EPR can fix through mandatory recycling contents. It's creating the demand for the recycling content, and it gives incentive for the producer to use the recycling content, and it's provide a market. Next. So yeah, this is our basic calculations. So basically, EPR can really fill in the gaps of the waste management in Indonesia. It's around 12 to 20%. So I think same could be happen in the other region, yeah, the other country with similar characteristic with Indonesia. So EPR can help around 12 to 20%. Next. So where to start if we speak about Indonesia? The most important area is collections and aggregation and sorting facility based on these calculations by Kibumi. And the region that need to be prioritizing is DKI Jakarta, the most populated city, and so on. I think that's from me. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, we have limited time after the three speakers. So it is, in my opinion, one or two questions each for 3% or 2% with one question could also address to our speakers. Is there any participant that willing to raise questions? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I am Andrea Santana from Ecuador. I would like to know, in the practice that you make here in Indonesia, you can explain me what type of plastic you consider is a circular product. What type of, for example, biogas, or I don't know what kind of plastic you consider. I want to make know the standards that ISO has for plastics. Maybe you can use also in the project that you have made. I don't know, I don't listen nothing about that. And also we have standards about circular economy. Maybe you can review. And really, I really appreciate this speak. It's really important for me, and congratulations for that.
Thank you. The question for both of the speakers, or three of the speakers, any kind. Yes, please. The second and the third, you lady.
Yes, thank you for the brilliant presentation. I want to understand the coordination mechanism you have, because I see most of the informal sectors also talking about NDCs. This is a challenge for us, so we want to learn how you coordinate as a government those informal sectors to contribute for NDCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Pamela from African Union. I wanted to ask about the question regarding the policy on banning single use of plastic. So what do you think that policy, if implemented, you could support the circular economy as well and the ending plastic use, because it's associated also with health disadvantages? Thank you.
Are you from country? What kind of country?
I'm from the African Union.
African Union, sorry.
Yeah.
I will invite from the government side to answer your question, but before that, you can answer both questions.
Okay, I'll answer the last questions first about how really the single plastic ban affect the circular economy, right? So basically, from the perspective of the recycling industry, we really support the phasing out or the banning of the single-use plastic. But we need a clear standard of which plastic that should be banning. In Indonesia case also, there is some a high recycling rate plastic that get banned, which is not really good for the circular economy. So that's why we really embrace to having the EPR, because under the EPR we have the eco modulations that provide a clear standard for which plastic that really recyclable, which plastic really have a high circularity, which plastic doesn't have it. So after we have a clear standard, we can put which one that we should eliminate it from the market. That we have a clear standard first. After that, we can process to banning some type of plastic. Without the clear standards, the government sides, without any strong basis, it will be really confused also for the governments to decide which plastic that we should ban, right? So that's from me. And also there is another questions from previous. I forgot, maybe Professor Menda, you want to?
I will address the question related how Indonesian government coordinate the informal sector. Currently, Indonesia government developed a draft for policy regarding solid waste management, including the EPR. In the draft, in the bill, we try to highlight it and recognize the contribution of informal sector. But we haven't formulated yet how the applicability of the informal sector as the overall system of EPR, especially Mas Faris already mentions, the importance of recycling is the feedstock, it should be segregated at the source of waste generations. We're thinking we already have a lot of study on the role of informal sector, and their contribution is significantly important in Indonesia. I think it also occurs in Africa, in other global south country. Let's see, someone said informalize the informal sector, maybe the solution. We are thinking about that one too, but let's see other things like corporate and other things that we can see. At the same time, we improve the collection and segregation and the waste, and also improve the livelihood of the informal sector.
I want to add some about the questions about banning the plastic. So I want to ask the audience, which one that we should ban from these two products? This one, the aluminum can, or this one, the paper one? Which one? Raise your hand if you agree to ban this one. Raise your hand. Okay, okay. Raise your hand if you agree more to. Okay. From the recycling perspective, we should ban this. I'll explain to you. Yeah, this is one type of greenwashing that no one knows. From what materials it's made? Paper. Please touch the inside. You will find something. It's plastic. So it's a paper laminated by a plastic. Who will recycle these things? No one. It will be degrade in the nature? No. So nothing can happen with this. That's another types why we should have the EPR. EPR give a clear variable which one that good, which one not. It's not really good for us. But this one is 100% recyclable. You can recycle it many times. Informal can get money from this. It's have a value. It's $1 per kilo. This zero, even minus, because it costs us to manage this waste. Okay?
Thank you. Ibu Karina, would you also address the questions?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Suryo. I just want to ask answer the question on the how does Indonesia coordinate the informal sector in the circular economy and also the standard. So, as you aware that Indonesia is one of the few countries that integrate informal waste worker directly into its national circular economy strategy. Uh, that's right, but the fact that until now there is no policies that protect them. However, as a private sector, we cannot wait the government really have the policy to protect the informal sector. What we can do actually working together with the local communities and also with the local government by saying that what we have done so far, we implement what we call the just transition circular economy in Indonesia, and we are the one that pioneering this initiative. So we uh, give them the training. We also give support to increase their livelihood by supporting their children. This is also is about try to increase their knowledge on the circular economy and also give more social inclusion for those waste speaker. And the other things also what we are working now to develop the waste banks that also can include the waste speakers to be part of the circularity. This is not easy, but since we have started back in 2018, it's really workable on this matter. In addition to that, also we create what we call the waste bank books, and we educate the waste speaker to proceed the all the waste material to be a economical scale material, and this is also help them to gain more economic values. Uh, this approach actually really protect livelihoods while also driving a higher collection, better recycling, and a more inclusive circular economy. So really happy that now the government already start drafting a regulation or the policy that can protect the waste speakers. In the question of the standard, because I think one of the question is actually is about what the standard that we use to do the recycling. Yes, we have a lot of standard actually that been applied for our Amandina Bumi Nusantara, our recycling facility. We use the ISO for I forgot the ISO 14040 on the life cycle assessment. We also use the ISO 59004 on the circular economy framework and principles. We also use the ISO 59020 about measuring circularity, and also ISO 15270 on the plastic recycling guidelines, and ISO 18604 on the plastic on the packaging and material recycling. In addition to that, because we also doing supporting the European business, so we also apply for the EN 1343 on the packaging recyclable by material recycling. And we use also the Ellen MacArthur Foundation frameworks, particularly on the organizational circularity measurement tools and recycling design guidelines. So that's some of the international standard we use. Well, in Indonesia, we are also the one that really support on development of the SNI for plastic and recycling. Now we already have the SNI, Indonesian National Standard on the recyclability of PET only for the food and beverages packaging. So we are, if you are want to get more detail on this standard, please let us know and then I'll send to you. Thank you. Oh, one more, Pak Suryo. One more, Pak Suryo. We
Yes,
also
yes.
use the circular initiative harmonize, the circular initiative harmonize responsible sourcing standard, which is acknowledge the waste picker and informal sector within the supply chain of the collection and recycling of the plastic PET. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Ms. Karina. Regarding the question, what kind of role that taken by the government? Which government in Indonesia, according to the regulation, particularly the central government, their role is, according to the regulation, is making a national policy and making regulation that generic for each district throughout Indonesia. Because the waste management, particularly domestic waste, including plastic, it is the responsibility of the local government. Okay? So what kind of activity, what kind of policy, what kind of endorsement by the central government is particularly raise the awareness of the local government and making national policy for 25 years ahead. And this already done, and so the government monitor that kind of activity. But today we can hear also from Mr. Adi. He is from the central government. So we can hear what kind of the policy that already taking place in a nationwide activities for taking the circular economy pathways.
Yes, thank you. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Andy. I'm the head of Planning and Financing Bureau. Actually, I'm not really the speaker for this event, since our keynote speakers already go back to her apartment. So as a part of the government, so I have to answer this question. Okay, but so first of all, we have the regulation, the law about the solid waste management. It's law number 18/2008. One of the issue that regulated by this law is about the EPR, extended producer responsibility. Basically, in the law says that every manufacturer, any kind of business and something like that, that produce product or packaging, the main point is that the product or packaging should be able to recycle or be composed by the in a natural way. This is the main point. But if you cannot the business, if they cannot produce product and or packaging that is be able to be recycled, then you have to responsible for the product or the packaging after they use. So that's the basic regulation from the law number 18/2008. And then we have the government regulation, and then also the Ministry of Environment and Forestry regulation number 75/2019, which is regulated more technically about this EPR. So previously we all regulate focusing on three source of the solid waste that should be able to be recycled and or should be able to be decomposed, something like one is the food and beverage industries. Second is the retailer activities, and then the third one is and the third one is the manufacturing industries. So again, basically from the regulation numbers, ministerial regulation number 75 2019, the producer have a obligation to provide the roadmap for implementing the EPR regulation until 2030. So start from 2020 until 2030, they have to implement and they have to develop the roadmap, then implement their roadmap until 2003. So basically, the government try to impose these regulations to we have at least three focus activities, as I mentioned: the food and beverage industries, retailer activities, and also the the manufacturing industries. So basically, if they produce any products and or packaging, and then they have to start to think how to recollect, even either by, for example, like they provide the drop box, something like that, or they take away the food, the products, on and out of the packaging, and then they have to recycle again by the industry. So actually, there are several industries or activities that already implement this. Like for example, the industry for mineral water, and also the activities from oh yeah, from personal one industry business from personal care. So they already implement these activities. But again, in the implementation, we are still have challenges, especially on how to we control and monitor the implementation of the each activities or business roadmap. Then I think that's our challenge now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Randi. And then I think time is already finished, and perhaps you want to make some closing statement, and including Ibu Karina.
Thank you, Pak Bowo. From our academic work and field research, there are several very practical lessons stand out when we talk about reducing greenhouse gas emission from the plastic waste management. First, of course, eliminating open burning is absolutely essential. Across all scenarios, we model open burning at an extra 4 to 5,000 gigagram of CO2 equivalent each year. So if there is one intervention that gives the fastest and largest emission reduction, it is stopping the open burning.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Ms. Karina, closing statement, if there any closing statement from you?
Yeah, thank you, Pak. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia still has a long journey ahead including when we are talking about the waste speakers, how we are going to increase their social beneficiary and etc. But the momentum is finally moving from policy, as Bu Vivin and also Ibu Amanda mentioned about having the draft of presidential regulation and also the minister regulation from communities and from industry. So I believe now a circular economy in Indonesia is not just about plastic, but it's about people. Waste picker are at the heart of Indonesia recycling ecosystem, and they
Thank you.
deserve dignity, protection, and real opportunity. So let's work together, collaborate together, where no one is left behind and no material is left unmanaged. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you so much. Give applause to all of the speakers. From this session, I can conclude that the most important actor with regard to this kind of issue, circular economic pathway, I think the government, the legacy of government is on how they can make a regulation that can be obeyed throughout Indonesia, but the action is not on the government. The action we show from the speakers, it is on the people. Thank you so much.
If I may add my 2 cents, I think shifting the paradigm of reuse and recycle to ensure the resource efficient and socio-economic co-benefits is achieved. And then the responsible collection program by CCEP needs to be replicated, multiplied, and amplified to upscale the positive outcome of circular economy. Thank you very much, Pak Bowo, all speakers, including Ibu Karina. I don't know how you manage, how you handle to giving out statements to address all questions at 3 a.m. your time. Thank you very much. We value your contribution, Ibu Karina. And everybody please rise. We're going to have a photo up together. Okay, so for your information, tomorrow we're going to have a networking session. So if you wish to connect with us, please do pay a visit tomorrow. We'll see you then. Thank you.